Hi guys, it's me, ChazHD, and welcome to the first day of pre-season testing in 2023, and really the very start of the 2023 season. Great to see you guys here for what is going to be an interesting day of afternoon running in Bahrain. Thankfully, obviously, in the afternoon session, the conditions that the cars run in will be pretty much, especially once we get to the last couple hours of the session, are pretty much representative of the same conditions we'll see next weekend at the first Grand Prix of the season. But we have, of course, had some running so far. I'll get into the results of that and what's happened so far in just a moment. But great to see all you guys here for the very start of this season, and I cannot wait to find out, hopefully, even if it's slightly more about these new cars, then so be it. But yeah, I cannot wait to see what we see in the afternoon session coming up in just under 15 minutes time. And yeah, just so you guys know, compared to last season, obviously last year you'd have 4-hour session in the morning, then an hour's break at lunch, and then a 4-hour afternoon session. This season is slightly different. The morning session is 4 hours and 15 minutes. So it was this morning, the session ran from 7 a.m. until 11:15 a.m. UK time. And then the afternoon session will be from 12:15 p.m. UK time until 4:30 p.m. So yeah, just to update you guys as to that slight difference compared to last year. Don't quite know why they've added an extra 15 minutes to the morning and afternoon session, but yeah, they have, and it does mean, at least for the teams, an extra an extra hour and a half compared to last year of testing. So I guess it's something for the teams, but yeah, I'm not quite sure why they went for that, actually, the FIA in the end, or Liberty Media in the end. But yeah, the session will be underway in 12 minutes time. In just a second, though, I will go on to the results of what we saw in the morning session. Just want to quickly, though, get into what has happened on day one so far. Not much, I've got to say, not much. Aston Martin had a not so great start this morning. Felipe Drugovich, who is driving the car this morning, their test and reserve driver, he broke down with electrical issues to his car after, I think he only did a few laps and then the car broke down, sadly. But from what I saw of the back end of the morning session, doesn't seem to me that there's any issues, say, with the Aston Martin car, or Aston Martin, don't seem to have had any reliability issues since that, I guess, teething issue at the very start of testing. Ferrari had a slight issue with their front wing, where it was adjusting or moving in a weird way in the morning session. That was actually due to a fault in how it was fitted, the front wing. So yeah, there's no issues with the Ferrari front wing design, and it's definitely not a movable aero piece that Ferrari intended. It was just a problem with the way they mounted the front wing onto the car. Other than that, there wasn't really much going on, I gotta be honest, in the morning session. It wasn't exactly the most exciting morning session you're ever going to get of pre-season testing. I'll quickly, though, just hide this timer. I will bring it back in a second, because we are going to now go and look at what the results were from the morning session. So here they are. So Max Verstappen ended up quickest by about, 0.3 of a second from the Ferrari of Carlos Sainz. Alex Albon is, or was, in third. Zhou Guanyu finished up in fourth place, with George Russell in fifth. Nico Hülkenberg 6th, Felipe Drugovich in 7th, with Tsunoda 8th, Gasly 9th. Them two just cannot be separated, can they? Tsunoda and Gasly, and Oscar Piastri finishing up in P10. 10. Obviously, don't read anything into those lap times because, again, it's the first few hours of testing for the season, and the conditions that it was held in, they're not going to be obviously racing in or qualifying in a week, not in a week's time, like a week and a half's time from now for the first Grand Prix. But yeah, there wasn't really much going on in the morning session. Carlos Sainz, I think, had a slight, I wouldn't call it issue, but, you know, had to correct the car, went off the track slightly. I think at turn 5, was it? Turn 5 and 6. I think that was about with an hour or an hour and a half to go in the morning session, which wasn't great. But and I think Max Verstappen went off the track briefly at turn 10, I think, sometime towards the back end of the morning session as well. But yeah, other than that, there was nothing really going on in the morning session of note. The only other two things to note before we continue on is Max Verstappen will be doing the afternoon session as well, so no Sergio Perez today. And Felipe Drugovich, if you guys have not been keeping up with the news, will be in the Aston Martin car for pre-season testing alongside Fernando Alonso, because Lance Stroll has been ruled out of testing because he suffered an arm injury after a cycling accident in Spain. So Lance Stroll will not be doing any running in pre-season testing. Not a great start to the season for him. He is a doubt, I guess you could say, for the first Grand Prix next weekend. We don't know, though, whether he will or will not be racing. It's too early to tell. I think they're probably going to do like a medical checkup for him. Probably, I'd imagine next Wednesday, Thursday time, they'll probably do a medical checkup to see, you know, if it's good enough for him to race. If it's not, then I'm assuming that Felipe Drugovich, the F2 champion for last year, will then probably be racing next weekend in Bahrain. I know they have other reserve drivers. They've got Stoffel Van Dorn, but really, if Drugovich is going to do pre-season testing, they may as well, if Stroll needs to be replaced, they may as well keep Drugovich in the car. That would be the most sensible thing to do. We'll see if they actually do that. Yeah, that is what's happened so far. And I'll just get the timer back on screen right now. There you go. About 7 minutes to go until the afternoon session begins. Let me know, guys, in chat, what are you excited to see in this afternoon session? And what are your, I guess, general thoughts going into the new Formula 1 season? Let me know in the live chat. Of course, some of these pictures are from the morning session itself. So some new pictures for you guys to see compared, obviously, to last year. And yeah, we'll be getting into the watch along in about, 6-7 minutes time or something like that. And yeah, make sure to put your comments in chat whilst we wait for the session to get going. Just want to say, though, quickly, as ever, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because I will be live for the afternoon session tomorrow, the full afternoon session tomorrow, from 12 PM until 4:30 PM. And then on Saturday, the final day of pre-season testing, I will be live from 6:45 AM UK time to cover the morning session, and I'll be live all the way through to cover the afternoon session as well. It's going to be a marathon stream. I'm going to be live for what? How many hours? Probably going to be live for what? Close to 10 hours on Saturday. I'm not going to be, you know, talking that entire time. I do want to stress that. When we get to like the hours lunch break, I will make sure to come up with a plan of what happens during that lunch break in terms of having maybe a break video or something like that to give me a rest. But yeah, that's what the plan is for Saturday. So if you want to keep bang up to date with what's going on at pre-season testing, then make sure to subscribe to the channel. Bottom right of the screen, you can do it right there. Don't forget as well, everyone watching, to smash the like button and share this video and channel everywhere you can. Obviously, smashing the like button, you know, lets me know whether you do actually like the video and or stream. And yeah, make sure to obviously follow me on my socials as well at ChazHD5. It is on Twitter if you want to give me a follow on there to keep up to date with the content on my channel. But yeah, just under 5 minutes or so away from the beginning of the afternoon session. And I'll just get the on my end ready in a second in terms of getting my TV all switched on and ready. And yeah, should be able to get that all going in a second. Let's see what you guys are saying in chat quickly. Hello to all of you guys. Good to see you all. Vico says good morning from Texas. Opulence says good morning. Hope everybody having an amazing day. Same to all of you, of course. Hope you're all having a great day. Aline, great to see you as well. And yeah, great to see everyone here as usual. But yeah, the afternoon session will get underway in just a couple minutes time. And there are quite a few drivers that will be having their first outing for the season in this afternoon session. For the afternoon session, compared to the morning, you'll have Charles Leclerc, Logan Sargent, Valtteri Bottas, Lewis Hamilton, Kevin Magnussen, Fernando Alonso, Nick De Vries, Esteban Ocon, and Lando Norris. I was just going through, obviously, the order that it is, the results so far in. So yeah, those will be the drivers taking over. And if you are wondering, by the way, you know, what tyres were those lap times done on, even though it doesn't matter that much, I think it was pretty much all done, those lap times, on the medium compound tyre. But again, it doesn't really matter on the first morning of the session in conditions that, you know, they're not going to race in at all. So yeah, it's not really an indicator as to anything, to be honest. But it is, of course, as it always is in Bahrain, 99% of the time. Hot and sunny, bit of a breeze, not a massive breeze, but a breeze nonetheless. And yeah, the track in great condition. Obviously, before the F1 teams showed up here for testing, the F2 teams did some pre-season testing last week, I believe. So even though, you know, the track will still continue rubbering up and getting into better condition than it is in now, the track is already in a decent condition and a decent level of grip, say, going into the rest of pre-season testing and, of course, the first Grand Prix. But one thing I will quickly do is open up Twitter to see if there's any news I can bring you guys. Another bit of news, actually, that I forgot to let you guys know of is, as revealed by Will Buxton, who, of course, F1 journalist, he revealed that the Alpine car is the only car that is under the minimum weight requirement. Therefore, the Alpine is obviously underweight. Now, there's many different ways Alpine can solve that. You know, adding ballast to the car, maybe whacking some more paint on. I mean, I don't know what the limit is in terms of how far under they are. I'm guessing it's like a very small amount. But at least with Alpine, once they make sure it is up to the, you know, the weight that it should be for the regulations, they'll probably weigh the least out of all of the other teams. I mean, obviously, a lot of the teams are around the same ballpark in terms of how they weigh this year compared to last year. But yeah. And I think, actually, we will get this session underway, because I think the session has just started. So let me get rid of this, and let's go on to the Watchalong now. And let me just get rid of that timer, because of course it is incorrect. But on the left hand side, the timings and who is where is absolutely correct, and the gaps and all of that. And yeah, obviously, during this afternoon session, I will update as we go along who is in what position. And can't quite see yet the timer on the screen, so I don't know how many minutes are remaining in this afternoon session. And I don't know if the afternoon session has actually started or not. Can't see any cars on track, put it that way, at the moment. The only driver, like I said, that is staying in the car the afternoon session, just like the morning, is Max Verstappen, as the green light, I think, is about to go on at the exit of the pit lane. Yep, there you go. So, the afternoon session for day one of pre-season testing has begun. I will get the timer on screen in probably, I don't know, 30, 45 seconds from now. Yeah, probably about 30 seconds from now. I'll get it on screen for you guys. And yeah, no cars coming out onto the track right away, which is not a surprise. This is normally what happens when the afternoon session begins, because obviously people are, trying to get ready for the afternoon session and after having lunch and that. So yeah, we don't always have a fiery start to the afternoon session in testing. But I'll get the timer on screen in 3, 2, 1. And there you go. 4 hours and 14 minutes to go until the end of day one. Of course, I've got a slideshow of pictures for you guys to look at as we go along. And let me just update the position of that timer slightly. Get a bit, oh no, a bit too high. And let me just adjust the text there as well. Oh no, a bit too much. But yeah, no cars on the track currently, so you're not missing anything at the moment, guys. But yeah, there you go. And give it a couple hours, and they'll be getting into the type of track temperature and not quite, but they'll be starting to get to the kind of light levels that you'll see for qualifying and the race next weekend. So we're only a couple hours away from the track temperature certainly being in a very good point for the teams and drivers to set some good lap times. As one thing, actually, I have forgot to do, which I'll just quickly update, is that Verstappen is not quickest on a 1:33.253. It's actually a 1:32.59 or 959, I think it is. I'll just quickly check if that's true. Yeah, it is. So let me just update that. So there you go. Verstappen quickest on a 1:32.9. Interesting to hear that we, compared to the morning session last year, when obviously last year we saw the debut of these completely new cars with these completely new regulations and that, the fastest lap time after the morning session on day one was a 1:33.9, so already we're a second quicker. Now again, we can't read everything into lap times, but I think that's a clear example of just how much progression there has been from the teams. And that best morning session lap time from a year ago was actually set, I think, by Pierre Gasly, it might have been, in the AlphaTauri. So, yeah, it just shows you the progression in lap times. And not quite sure what the best time of testing was last year. Let me just have a quick look to see what the best time of testing was last year. and so we can have a good reference. So a 131.7, I think, is what it was from Max Verstappen last year. So we're not even that far away from, the best time from testing last year. I mean, yeah, still 1.2 seconds, but I'm sure they'll probably, and Max Verstappen will probably go a bit quicker than what he, or how he went in the morning session. So, yeah, massive progression in terms of pace from the teams. Not really a surprise, because obviously they understand more about these cars now and how to get the downforce out of them and increase the pace. So it's not a massive surprise, but it just shows you the, even though the teams aren't allowed to develop as much as they could, it still shows you the incredible rate of development in Formula 1. But still, no cars on the circuit. And I'll again quickly remind you guys, in case you've just joined, what the order is so far. So from the morning session, it is Max Verstappen quickest on a 132.9. Then Carlos Sainz second, Albon third, Zhou fourth, Russell fifth, Hülkenberg sixth, and then Drogovic, Tsunoda, Gasly, and Piastri. I don't know why I said his name weird. Piastri, yeah. I don't know why I said that weird. As I was saying it, I was like, am I saying this right? Yeah, that is your 10 times so far. And again, Hamilton, Bottas, Leclerc, Norris, Ocon, Alonso, De Vries, Magnussen, and Sargent will be driving in the afternoon session. Perez, at the very bottom, will not be doing the afternoon session. He will be in the car, though, tomorrow for the full day, I'm pretty certain. So, yeah. As on the TV broadcast, we're just looking at some time arcs out of the pit box. Obviously trying to grip up the pit box area. And, yeah. I'll let you guys know when it looks like we're going to have some movement and have some cars actually come out onto the circuit. Catus Phoenix says, hey Jazz, I hope all is good. Yeah, pretty much I say things are going well for me at the minute. Obviously, I'm still doing my uni work. I'm just over halfway through my first year. And yeah, mostly now concentrating on my, the second half of the year's work. Still just trying to finish up the first half of the year's work as well. But yeah, in terms of, how I'm doing academically, I think I'm doing decently well at the very least, especially for a first year. And considering as well I've not been in education for a few years, I think I'm doing actually pretty well. So yeah, I'm having a good time, I guess you could say. But in terms of my studies and the whole uni course and how I'm doing, I don't think I'll know properly how well I'm doing until the end of the year, which is the end of the first year is early June. So yeah, we'll see how I'm doing at that point. But good news, we've got Logan. Oh no, that's Esteban Ocon. The Alpine and the Williams kind of look similar for in certain ways. So yeah, bit of confusion there for me. But Esteban Ocon is just getting seat belted into the Alpine car. And he hopefully will be out in a few minutes' time. They're still working on the front end of the Alpine car, but it doesn't look as though they're a million miles away from getting out onto the circuit with him. And one thing I've got to say as well, you can see currently on the screen, on the live stream screen rather than the TV broadcast screen, the picture of the Alfa Romeo here. I think I said when it was revealed, I don't like the livery that much, and it's just confirmed even more after I've seen it so far in testing and seen pictures of it at the track. I just don't dig it at all. I really don't like it. I just don't think the black and red goes well. I really don't think it goes well. I prefer last year's livery for sure. That Red Bull definitely looks very, very nice. Of course, they revealed their car, Red Bull, in New York City about, was it 3 weeks ago? But it wasn't the actual 2023 car. It was basically just a show car. And they kept, even though they did a shakedown at Silverstone, they kept images and clips of this this Red Bull car. You know, they kept the car well hidden from those opportunities for journalists and that. And yeah, looking at the reveal of the car, looks pretty nice, and just looks like to me, an evolution of what we saw with the Red Bull car last year. Not too much different on the Red Bull car, but I'm sure the top teams especially will have something to bring at the end of testing or the start of the Grand Prix weekend next weekend. So there might be some differences coming to those particular cars very soon. And still no cars on the circuit. So whilst we're waiting, guys, if you want to ask any questions, F1 related questions in chat, then make sure to post it in the chat and I'll read it out and answer your question. Or if you just want to, you know, post your F1 thoughts, then again, go for it. Post it in the chat. As I just saw there, Franz Tost, the AlphaTauri team principal, being interviewed. Opulence says, great job going to college, Chazza. Thank you very much. Vinster Hale missed you during the off season. Yeah, I gotta be honest. I have missed, and it happens every off season, really. I mean, I do enjoy the off season to a certain extent because it is a welcome break from the just manic nature of Formula One, and you know, so many races now. And of course, this year is the longest calendar in F1 history, 23 races. But yeah, it's nice to have a break in the winter. But when you get to January, February, in my position, you certainly do miss streaming, and I have missed streaming quite a lot. Been good, obviously, to do the couple streams I did building up to testing, but yeah, I absolutely love watchalongs and doing them, and yeah, cannot wait to obviously get doing them on a regular basis again. And yeah, it's so great that we are only how many days away? 9 days away from qualifying in Bahrain and 10 days away from race day. And trust me, those 9 or 10 days, they will fly by. As first car on track is your two-time reigning and defending world champion Max Verstappen, car number uno. And he is just coming into turn 4 now on this outlap. Can't see what tyres he's on at this part of the day, though. Doesn't really matter because I'm assuming he'll just do like a longish run, 30-40 laps at least. And yeah, it looks as though Verstappen is on the hard tyres. One of the, I don't know, the C1 or something like that. Can't quite see, to be honest. One other thing in terms of tyres that I can let you guys know of is that we have a new compound for this season. So you remember last year we had C1, C2, C3, C4 and C5. This year we have, you know, C1, 2, 3 and 4 and 5. But we also this year have the C0. Don't ask why, because I have no idea why. They have brought a C0 tyre, but they have. And we'll see what Grand Prix they decide to bring it to. To be honest, I think it would be a mistake to bring it to any Grand Prix because it would probably be way too hard and the drivers would probably be able to do about 70 laps on that tyre at least. So, yeah, I really hope we don't see the C0 tyre. Maybe it's just a precaution because they have Pirelli changed up the compounds for this year, especially on the front compounds. But, yeah, I really hope we don't see a C0 compound because that would be, yeah, just depressing. I mean, maybe you could argue if they went for, like, a weird kind of selection of, like, I don't know, they went to the Italian, or not the Italian Grand Prix, they went to, I don't know, the Singapore Grand Prix, and they decided to bring the C5, C4, and C0 to mix it up. Yeah, you could argue that could be interesting, but what would end up happening is everyone would go from the C5 or C4 to a C0 to get to the end of the race guaranteed. So, yeah, it'd be pretty boring if that happened. Catus Phoenix says the Ferrari is the prettiest car in my opinion. So beautiful. Yeah, it is a very nice car. The Alfa Romeo, I gotta say it, is on screen again, as you can see. From this angle, the front angle, it looks fine, but from the side angle, I just don't dig it at all. I just, when I look at it, it's just, I don't feel any sense of you know, when you have that instant reaction when you see a nice car. I just don't get that when I look at this car from a side angle. From again, this angle, not too bad, but the side angle, it just doesn't, I don't like it. The Williams, though, here, I actually like this livery. And the driver number as well, in terms of the font they've gone for. I really like how this Williams looks. And, I guess good news coming out of Williams is that the drivers are, from what they've talked about with the driving the car on the simulator, by the sounds of it, the Williams car is definitely a lot better than last year. Now, whether that means they're going to be finishing any higher than bottom in the championship, we'll have to see, obviously, this season. But that's good to hear, at least, that it feels better than last season. Then again, most, if not all of the cars should be better than last season because these cars have obviously had another big development cycle since the last time they were driven in anger in Abu Dhabi in mid-November. As Lewis Hamilton is about to get into the Mercedes car, and the Mercedes car looks as though it's pretty much all put back together and ready to go, except for a slight couple areas. But yeah, Lewis Hamilton is about to enter the fray. And another person who's entered the fray is Nick de Vries, another Dutch driver who, of course, impressed massively at the Italian Grand Prix last year for Williams. Deputising for Alex Albon, who had his appendix health issue, and De Vries went and finished in that Grand Prix in P9. And really, that and him ringing up Helmut Marko to inquire about, driving for the AlphaTauri team is the reason he is in Formula 1 for 2023. And to be honest, I think De Vries definitely deserves at least a chance to prove whether he is good enough for Formula 1. And I think there is a chance he could be good enough for Formula 1, but of course, we'll see this season, truly, whether he is good enough or not. Of course, he was the Formula E champion a few years ago. He was Formula 2 champion in 2019. And when he was in Formula 2 in 2018, when you had Russell, Norris, and Albon in F1, or in F2, sorry, he wasn't quite at their level, but he, there would be the occasional race where he would be fighting with one of them, for example. So I think De Vries, especially with his teammate being Yuki Tsunoda, no disrespect, I think De Vries has got a good chance of holding on to this seat for more than just this season, as he is on now. Flying lap on medium compound tyres. And he's just coming up to turn 4 now. And, yeah, the AlphaTauri car I've got to say, when I was watching the morning session earlier and looking at the onboards, I mean, again, you can't read really anything into lap times at all at this stage. But when you look at the cars on board and look at how the car is behaving, as you do with all the teams, I mean, certain teams you can see, yeah, the car looks good, looks decent. But I will say, already from what I saw in the morning session, the AlphaTauri car looks a bit of a handful. Doesn't look like a smooth drive. Tsunoda was having some moments here and there, especially through this corner that De Vries is going through now with turn 11. The, I guess, medium speed left-hander before you go uphill. The flat-out right-hander of turn 12. But, yeah, the AlphaTauri already looks a handful, which is not great to see, I have to say. But De Vries is just coming up to the end of the lap, into the final corner. Turn 14. And decent run for the Dutchman. And De Vries goes, well, stays in P11. So let me just update that. So, oh no, not Ocon. Where is he? De Vries. There you go. De Vries up to 11th, and I'll find out in a moment just how far off the pace he is. So I can update that on screen. And I will get to Kurt Borman's comment in just a moment. Just want to make sure I update correctly how far off the pace De Vries is, as Charles Leclerc is now on the track with some strakes, aerodynamic strakes on his car. Obviously, Ferrari doing some aero testing. De Vries, 6.2 seconds off the pace. Yeah, pretty slow lap time to start the day. Let me just update that. So he's 6.273 seconds off. And Leclerc doing just another lap with those strakes on the back. We've also got Esteban Ocon and Logan Sargent on an outlap. Lando Norris, Fernando Alonso, Kevin Magnussen, Lewis Hamilton and Valtteri Bottas, though, still in the pit lane as Leclerc goes for another lap. And in terms of looking towards the first Grand Prix, as long as Leclerc's got a car that's within, say, at worst, a quarter of a second or a couple tenths of a second of the quickest car, if Ferrari, don't have the quickest car coming out of testing, then really Leclerc will be right up there, fighting for pole position and victory at the first Grand Prix next weekend, because we know Leclerc around this circuit is phenomenal. Obviously, Formula 2 produced an amazing drive in his Formula 2 weekend here, where he came from so far down, I think, to win the race, was it? I can't remember exactly what happened, but yeah, he produced an amazing drive that weekend. Obviously, his first pole position was here. His first win was going to be here until Ferrari reliability came to stop that happening, as his engine started to lose power. And then last season, he produced an amazing drive, got pole position, and despite Max Verstappen applying the blowtorch of pressure, he kept it all together, Leclerc, and won the race and helped form a Ferrari 1-2. So, yeah, if Leclerc, like I said, if the Ferrari car is not the quickest car, but only, a tenth or two off, that I still think that means we'll see Leclerc right at the top or fighting for, first in qualifying in the race next weekend, because he is so quick here. As Leclerc up to P12 now. And I'll just update what his lap time was, or how far off he is. He's at 8.6 seconds off. Right, before we move on, I just want to read out Kurt's comment in the chat. Great to see McLaren F1 race as well. Who says, listening from Metro Manila, last 8 days of my holiday, 8:35 p.m. here with a Red Horse beer. Hope you're, enjoying yourself. Kurt Borman says, hey Chazza, what's your thoughts on the Ferrari front wing? Also, can we have a top 3 prediction for the season, please? I am backing Charles. If you're talking about the brackets on the front wing that were revealed at testing, which I think you might be talking about, well, nobody in terms of the FIA has said anything about legality, so I'm assuming that it's okay on the Ferrari there. I mean, maybe we'll hear more about it before the first race, we'll have to see. My top 3 prediction in terms of the teams on the constructor side, I think it'll be Mercedes winning the Constructors' Championship, and then Red Bull second, and Ferrari third. And then on the driver's side, I'm just trying to remember what I predicted in my early predictions stream. I think I went for Hamilton champion, Verstappen second, Russell third. I think I went for. If you actually go to the description of this stream, you will find a link to that stream where I think it was 3 weeks ago, I think, or 3 or 4 weeks ago. I did a stream where I went through my predictions for the season, obviously before testing, without knowing the pecking order or pace of the cars or anything like that. So yeah, if you want to, after this stream, go and check that out to know in more detail why I think it'll end up that way and my other predictions as well, then yeah, make sure to check that out after the stream. As Esteban Ocon has now set a time, he's up to P12, and we're now looking as well at Lando Norris, who is about to start I guess you could call it a flying lap, but not really. Lewis Hamilton about to start one as well, I think. Fernando Alonso on his first lap of the day. But Ocon is, 6.8 seconds currently off the pace. So let me just update that. And then update Leclerc with his lap time. And actually Leclerc has improved his lap time slightly. So there you go. As Nick De Vries, who obviously did come out on track, we saw, is already back in the pits. As Lando Norris doing a semi-fastish lap. He's got the DRS open on this lap. And McLaren continuing on. Of course, the hopes on the McLaren side of things of Formula One, always pretty big coming into a season, but we haven't heard too many great things out of McLaren going into this season. So, yeah, this might be a bit of a tricky season for McLaren. They've already talked about how they've, late in the design process, they found areas where they could improve, and that they've already got an update planned for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, which is still quite a while away, another 2 months away, as Lando Norris goes up to P11. But yeah, might be a slow start to the season for McLaren, which really, if they're going to finish fourth in the championship like they're, that is the aim they have set for themselves, it's going to be pretty tough to do that if you're starting the season off, slowly. Just trying to update that Norris is indeed up to P11. I'll just update what his lap time is quickly, as he is 3.9 seconds off the pace. As Lewis Hamilton now goes up to P12. I'll update that position in a moment. I'll quickly just put how far off he is. So he's 5.5 seconds off. And then you got De Vries 6.2 off. And then Ocon. And lastly, for the moment, Charles Leclerc. So let me just update the order quickly so it actually makes sense what you're looking at. And yeah, there you go. So Lewis Hamilton up to P12. And yeah, the drivers that are in for the afternoon session, I don't expect them to really start doing quick lap times, or, you know, lap times as quick as what we saw in the morning, really until like 2 hours from now. Maybe they'll start to get to that point. But yeah, I think they'll first and foremost, they'll focus on doing a long run and just getting some good data from that. As we're looking at Esteban Ocon, who's had a slightly bumpy ride there out of turn 3. And yeah, the Alpine, as I said, coming into this session. The only car currently, we believe, underweight. I'm sure they will be at the correct weight when the season starts, but that's not necessarily a bad thing at this stage, because as long as they do get up to the correct weight before the season starts, then it'll be all fine. But at least for Alpine, they'll have one of the lightest cars, I guess you could say, which really could help them in 2023. I mean, we saw how much it helped certain teams at the start of 2022, having a lighter car. As the Alpine porpoising quite a bit as well out of turn 3 on that replay. Looks as though Valtteri Bottas is about to come out on track. Logan Sargent is on another outlap. Fernando Alonso, you may remember me saying, did come out on track. He did one lap and then he came back into the pits. Obviously, Aston Martin did have a electrical issue earlier, so they don't want to take any massive risks with the reliability, because we only have, from this point on, 2.5 more days of testing, and then we go into the real weekend. So, you know, you want to make sure that you get over any reliability or teething issues, you know, as soon as you can, because we saw with McLaren last year. I mean, I know we had the Barcelona test as well last year that was, well, officially behind closed doors and private, but it wasn't really. It was kind of a weird pre-season test in Barcelona last year. But when we came to Bahrain, I mean, you saw with McLaren, for example, because of their issues that they had with their front brakes, it cost them a lot at the very start of the season, because they couldn't really reach their full potential at the start of the season, because they were having to manage these brake problems, and it cost them quite a few points, I think, at the start of the season. So, yeah, with, again, such little time testing, you've got to make sure you get over any issues like that as soon as possible. You can get in a good amount of running and develop confidence in the car and its performance going into the first Grand Prix. As Logan Sargent is just coming back into the pits, and by the looks of it, will be going back out again, I think, as Esteban Ocon just touring slowly back to the final corner. And he is Ocon on the C1 compound, I think. And Ocon back into the pit lane. And looks as though Lewis Hamilton, though, who was not too far behind him, is continuing round on another lap. As yet, Ocon back into the pits. No reliability issues so far for Alpine. Obviously, that was an issue for them last season. Thankfully for them, it did not cost them fourth in the championship, but it could have. If you remember that race in Singapore where they were heading for quite a few points, they really cost themselves a lot there. But again, it didn't cost them in the end, thankfully. And the only reason that was is because McLaren just delivered a poor car, and also Daniel Ricciardo was, pretty poor in his delivering for the team. Rooks asks, Chaza, how is the bouncing look with different teams? Have they solved it? I mean, it's a lot better than this time last year, put it that way. Certain teams have it more than others. I mean, with these cars and the way they work with the whole ground effect thing, that there's always going to be porpoising with these cars to a certain extent. As the Mercedes there kind of porpoising a bit too heavily for Lewis Hamilton's liking through turn 12. Yeah, it's hard to say, really. Again, they're doing a lot better, the teams, with that issue than they were this time last year, which is to be expected because they've had a year's experience now with these cars and they've found ways to work around those issues. But what was I going to say? We don't know what teams are running, how close certain teams are running to the ground. Certain teams might be running, really close to the ground. Some teams might be running a bit higher up. We don't know exactly, the ride height levels. Obviously, when we get to, say, practice 2, practice 3 next weekend, and obviously qualifying, we'll be able to see properly who has, more of a porpoising issue than others. But, yeah. Hard to say at the minute. That Mercedes, though, definitely porpoised quite a bit through turn 12. And the Mercedes car did very briefly lose grip, I think, through turn 12. But Hamilton very well picked it back up again. As now, Valtteri Bottas is on the circuit. And I'm sure he'll be starting a lap very, very soon. And I hope, with Valtteri Bottas, that he can have another good season. Because I thought last season was... I think it was a good season for Bottas. It could have been a lot better. I think a lot of the reason why Bottas' season in the middle didn't go so well is because of Alfa Romeo's very poor reliability, which was really down to the unreliability of the Ferrari power unit, but also the very good Alfa Romeo car we saw at the start of last season. That Bottas we saw, I remember in Miami and Spain, he was really high up the order and was very confident with the car. But once the car, started to fall down the order, and, those reliability issues started to hit a bit more, he just, I think lost some confidence. Thankfully, regained it at the end of the season, where he ended the season pretty well. I remember in Brazil, he was very good, Bottas, and was at one point, I think, heading for, 6th place in Brazil. I think if Alfa Romeo can if they start the season well, if they can extend that good start for a few more races, I'm sure Valtteri will be in good stead. As Logan Sargent has come back into the pit lane once again. Kevin Magnussen is on track for the first time. As Bottas had a big moment there through turn 5. They were showing the visor cam and, looking back towards Valtteri Bottas' visor, and you could see the dramatic steering movement and the corrections going on. That was a big save from the Finn. And he continues on what is his first flying lap as work going on to the McLaren in the around the floor area by the looks of it. McLaren, when they did their shakedown at Bahrain a few days ago, were very keen to keep things hidden. They blurred out the floor area with the videos they posted, and I think even tried to darken the images they posted. But it's pretty easy these days to relighten those images and eliminate certain things. As Valtteri Bottas, despite that moment, goes up to P12, just ahead of his old teammate, Lewis Hamilton. So, let me just put Bottas up. There you go, up to P12. And I'll just quickly update how far he is off the pace. And they just showed a replay of Bottas's moment, but I missed the replay, unfortunately. As Kevin Magnussen has actually just gone up to 11th place. So let me just update that quickly before I start fiddling around with the lap times. So Kevin Magnussen is up to P11. And yeah, I'll just quickly correct all of the lap times. So Magnussen, 3.2 seconds off the pace. Obviously, Lando Norris, we know 3.9 seconds off the pace. And Bottas was 4.2 seconds off on his first lap. Lewis Hamilton, 5 seconds off. And then Nick De Vries, can't remember exactly how far he was off with his lap time, but it'll show in a moment. Esteban Ocon, obviously 6.8 seconds off, and then Charles Leclerc was 8.2 seconds off. But De Vries, hopefully, will complete his outlap at the moment, and then I'll be able to display how far he is off exactly. As we've only got 3.5 hours to go for the first day of testing. The first, remember, of only 3 days. So, again, need to make sure these teams that they get in the running that is, essential, because if they have any reliability issues or crashes or anything like that, it is really going to scupper things going into the first Grand Prix. And De Vries, 6.2 seconds off. As Fernando Alonso is currently on the Aston Martin pit wall. Bit disappointing that we're not seeing the Aston Martin on track. I'm sure we will in the next, you'd hope, 45 minutes or so. As, Nick De Vries jockeying the rear end of that AlphaTauri around quite a lot. Way too much, I have to say, through turn 10. And again, like I was saying a bit ago, this AlphaTauri, I mean, we don't know what it is lap time wise looking like compared to, say, the front of the midfield or anything like that. But looking at it visually, it looks like a real handful, this car. And I don't see much being accomplished with this AlphaTauri car in 2023 from what I've seen already. And slightly running wide at the final corner as well. De Vries, though, has improved his lap time so far and goes up to 14th position. The De Vries up to 14th. Let me just update his lap time. As Valtteri Bottas, I see, has slightly improved his lap time by a tenth of a second, as there's just a replay there of Max Verstappen, who's on the track, and him slightly extending track limits at the exit of turn 4. Of course, that was a big issue 2 years ago when him and Hamilton were fighting for the race win. And yeah, just a replay of De Vries having no rear end grip from his car whatsoever and having to drive his car basically like a boat. And yeah, De Vries is now, if my mouse will allow me to get my in position, De Vries 4.5 seconds off now. I'll just quickly do the other lap times as well, and yeah, that's all sorted. So at least we know one thing from from testing so far, that the AlphaTauri car is not looking good whatsoever. Another thing I was going to say, though, is despite the electrical issue that Drugovich, who did the morning session for Aston Martin, had, when he did a flying lap at the end of the morning session, which put him up to P7, the car, I've got to say, compared to this time last year, when I think you guys may remember me slating Aston Martin because the car looked so bad. The understeer from last year's Aston Martin in testing was horrific. I mean, doesn't even describe how bad it was. It was so bad. Yeah, looking at the car on board a bit earlier in the day, it looks so much better. It's literally night and day, the difference between the car we saw 12 months ago. Now, obviously, the car at the very end of 2022 was way better than the car at the start of 2022 from Aston Martin. So, I am expecting, compared to this time last year, a big improvement from them. But it's looking, for Aston Martin, I'd say definitely coming into, say, the first Grand Prix, they're definitely going to be quite a bit faster than they were in Bahrain last year. Because Bahrain last year, I think they had the second worst, if not the worst car. I'd say they're probably going to be in the middle of the pack at worst, probably for the first Grand Prix, from what I've seen visually of the car compared to last year. As a replay there of Magnussen locking up and going deep at turn 1, but still getting it back on track, thankfully. As we're now looking at Charles Leclerc, no aerodynamic strakes on his car, and he's now going for a flying lap on the Pirelli test tyre. So yeah, this is just going to be a normal slow lap, really, kind of like we've seen from Hamilton and Bottas so far, as Leclerc completes the first sector, and yeah, half a second off after the first sector. But the Ferrari, from what I've seen so far of the Ferrari, we can't really tell how good it looks compared to its competition. When looking at the Red Bull and Ferrari so far, I don't really see anything that suggests anything different to last year. I mean, the Red Bull being quicker than the Ferrari towards the end of last year was more so down to the the extra speed the Red Bull had on the straight, which is not really something you can see visually. So yeah, I don't think I've seen anything so far to suggest what the pecking order is at the very top. I mean, Mercedes have not shown really anything so far, except a slight porpoising issue through turn 12. And so Leclerc moving around quite a bit in the final corner. And Leclerc moves himself up to 11th place. Just under 2 seconds off the pace. So I'll just quickly update that. Well, once they show on screen how far off he is. As there is Fred Vasseur the new team principal of Ferrari, and I am sure he will work out quite a bit better at the very least compared to his predecessor, Mattia Binotto, who is currently unemployed, but I'm sure will be back in Formula One soon enough. And we're now looking at Logan Sargent. And by the way, even though I'm not interacting with you guys at the moment, because obviously I'm busy covering the session, hello to all you guys watching. And if anyone that's newly joined, great to see you all here. And hope you're all doing well. But just going to quickly check out the leaderboard on the F1 website to make sure of how far off the pace Leclerc was with that lap, and it was only slightly slower than Oscar Piastri. And then let me just quickly do the rest for the drivers below, obviously. Charles Leclerc, such as, Magnussen, Norris, and then Bottas, Hamilton, Bottas, De Vries, Hamilton, Ocon. As Logan Sargent is finally now doing a lap time, which is good to see. But let me just quickly do these few lap times quickly. Get them correct. And Lewis Hamilton, currently 5 seconds off the pace, obviously not pushing Stroll. And Ocon, quite slow as well. But yeah, we're only the afternoon session, 4 hours and 15 minutes it is. And we're only, just over 45 minutes through the afternoon session, with 3 hours and 23 to go, as Sargent goes up to 17th place, 5.5 seconds off the pace. But yeah, still plenty to get through, of course, in this session. So let me just quickly update those lap times. So yeah, Sargent 5.5 seconds off, and Ocon 6.8 off, as we know. Again, if you guys don't know, I will be live for the afternoon session tomorrow from 12 p.m. I'll be going live and covering the entire of the afternoon session on day 2, just like I am today. And then on day 3, I will be live for the entire of day 3. For both the morning and afternoon session. And that stream will be, for almost 10 straight hours on Saturday. So if you are free on Saturday, then make sure to tune in. I don't expect anyone to tune in for the entire 10 hours. You would be an absolute psycho to do such a thing. But then again, I'm a psycho for doing a 10-hour stream. But yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing on day 3. So make sure to remember that. And then, yeah, if you want to keep up to date with testing and what's going on live, then make sure to tune into those streams coming up tomorrow and Saturday. And if you are new to the channel, then don't forget to subscribe and hit the notifications bell, importantly, so you are notified as to when I go live tomorrow and on Saturday. Simon says McLaren saying they are not competitive at the start. Are they sandbagging? Given the context of what they said and when they said it, I don't think so. Because Andrea Stella, the new team principal of McLaren, replacing obviously Andrea Seidel, who's gone to Alfa Romeo now, and will be obviously heading up the Audi F1 project once they fully take over. Yeah, he said right after the car reveal itself that, we've, late in the design process, found some areas that require some work, basically meaning, we found some areas late in the design process where we need to improve, and that they've already organised an upgrade package for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, which is in 2 months from now. Don't know if they're going to be bringing one to the first race. I really hope they do, if they've got anything they can bring. But if not, then yeah, it's not going to be a great start to the season. But if you're saying that at a car reveal event where a lot of these car reveal or launch events are PR exercises, and it's very rare that anyone from the team will be coming out and saying anything negative about the car or team right out of the blocks. So for him to say that is, I think, the truth. I don't think he would be saying that to sandbag, what is, if, let's say, if that scenario was the truth, that they are sandbagging, actually, they do have a very good car. I don't think he would say what he said at that event. I think he would have said different things than what he actually said. As Leclerc understeers wide through the final corner, not massively, but still did to a certain extent, and comes to the line and goes quite a bit slower than his personal best, about 0.7 of a second slower. And the only man who is running today and is yet to do a lap time is Fernando Alonso, still in the pits. We hope to see Fernando soon, as we're now looking at the Haas of Kevin Magnussen in the Haas garage, and some work going on to the front brake and suspension area. Magnussen down in P12. Of course, this time last year, Magnussen had an amazing experience in Bahrain. Haas obviously arrived to pre-season testing late because of issues getting all their gear and stuff to Bahrain on time. Obviously, they were struggling with having to get rid of their sponsorship because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And yeah, they turned up testing late. The FIA allowed them an extra, hour after each day of testing for them to catch up with the other teams in terms of running. And it was very soon revealed that Haas had a pretty good car. And then obviously in the first Grand Prix, Magnussen qualified 6th and finished in 5th. And what a first race of the season that was for him. He would be laughing to the cows come home, though, if he could do that again in a week and a half's time, because I don't think the chances of that happening are as good this year. As Verstappen, we're just watching as he continues on what has been a pretty long run. He's been on this run for about, 45 minutes almost. So a lot of good laps, a lot of good data for the Red Bull team. And the Red Bull car looks very smooth, very nice, very similar to last year. It doesn't look like clearly, better than everyone else, but it looks like a very smooth ride, very smooth to drive, no real handling issues, and just a good car overall. But I'm sure, compared to last year, it is quite a bit faster. And the real question is, can Mercedes and Ferrari close that gap? As we look at Mercedes here of Lewis Hamilton, currently in 16th place on an outlap on the medium compound tyres. And he's just going to come through Hamilton turn 12 like he does just there. And then through turn 13 as well. And yeah, Hamilton, it's hard to say really what he will be aiming for the first Grand Prix next weekend, and what Mercedes will be aiming for. Obviously, this test will indicate what Mercedes have got for this season. But weren't hearing some great things, I've got to be honest, from Mike Elliott, who I think is their technical director, who wasn't saying some great things as Hamilton locks up and goes quite wide through turn 1 on this new lap. Wasn't hearing some great things from Elliott, the technical director, and he was kind of talking down their chances and saying that we've still got some areas we can work on, and was talking up more so the second half of the season where they believe that they'll be at their absolute best. So, yeah, we'll see whether that is the case. Of course, Mercedes do have form with talking themselves down and it, not being quite the truth. As Hamilton is on this lap now coming up to turn 11. Quite a tricky corner, especially when the wind is blowing. And then into turn 13. And Hamilton, with this lap, is probably going to go up to 12th or 13th position, I would imagine. Jesse, what's the main objective for Williams in this section? Long run for Albon. Albon's not in the car. Sargent is the one in the car. Sargent back in the pits, sadly. Good if he was on track, as Hamilton is now 2.999 seconds off Verstappen with that lap. Not quite sure what Williams are doing. Maybe just doing some aero testing. But I'm sure we'll find out in the next, hour or so what their true plan is. Yeah, Hamilton up to 12th position and literally just under 3 seconds away from Max Verstappen. And I'll just update the other times quickly as well as just seeing a slow-mo of the side of the Mercedes. A lot of exposed carbon fibre to save weight on that Mercedes. And of course, with them going to the all-black livery again, it does benefit them quite a bit in terms of saving weight. So Max Verstappen has come back into the pit garage and I think is being wheeled back in. So that long run of 40-something laps is over. So he's pretty much done just under a race distance as Verstappen, even though the conditions are quite a bit different from what they'll be in just over a week's time. He's just done about 40 to 45 laps, I think, there. As De Vries at the very towards the bottom, 4.5 seconds off the pace, and then you've got Sargent and Ocon down there as well. But like I said, when we get into the part of this afternoon session where the sun is almost gone down and the track temperature really starts to drop to around about the level that it'll be at in qualifying and the race next weekend, that's when you'll see, soft or medium tyres come out and lower fuel running, because there's no point doing super low fuel running when it's 15 degrees hotter than it's going to be when they race around here in 10 days from now. So it's a slow build to something more interesting, I'd say, at the moment, as we're just over 3 hours away from the end of the first day of testing. I've got to say, I do prefer testing being in this format where we only have 3 days, because it means we get more representative running and lap times more akin to what we're going to see when we actually start racing. Because if it was like 8 days of testing like we used to have a few years ago, say here in Bahrain, the first 2 or 3 days the teams would literally just whack their cars full of fuel and do like 100 laps per stint or something like that. So, yeah. It's good that we have only 3 days of testing. Because it means the teams, to a certain extent on the first day, do have to, kind of get on with that lower fuel running. As Leclerc is currently on a longer run by the looks of it. As he continues into turn 1. And just seeing a replay of the Ferrari. And yep. Good slow-mo there of him going through turn 1. And I've got to say the Ferrari, just like last year, very, very beautiful. They've added, I think, a couple bits of black to the car, which I think is just exposed carbon fibre, which makes it, slightly less beautiful. And you can kind of see there, if you're watching the TV broadcast, those brackets on the front wing, which have caused a slight bit of controversy. But, yeah, Ferrari car in terms of the livery, it looks beautiful, as it did last year. So does a Red Bull. And just a slow-mo replay on the broadcast of Verstappen going through turn 1 as well. As Kevin Magnussen is back out on the track. Magnussen and Hamilton both on outlaps currently. And I've got to say, I do prefer the Haas livery compared to last year. Because, last year's livery was okay. I mean, it was just the basic Haas livery, really, what we saw last year. But I do like the addition of the black. I mean, again, they want more exposed carbon fibre to Haas to save weight on the paint, but it is a nice look for the Haas car this year. And I don't know, it kind of looks a bit more similar to what their livery was like when they first entered Formula 1 in 2016, where I think they had a bit of black towards the back half of the car, if I remember correctly. As Magnussen on another lap. And not going very quickly at all. As on the F1 broadcast, Felipe Drugovich is in their commentary box being interviewed. And he had a good good morning session. Finished up in P7 and looked pretty good. But whilst we have a slight lull in the action, I think I'll read out some comments from you guys in the chat. Haywo says, I think Hamilton will win the championship. I agree, but I mean, my opinion might yet change on that. I mean, obviously, let's see how Mercedes are looking with their car after testing, because they might not be as close as we hope. Maybe they'll be even closer. Who knows? So, yeah. But my, prediction coming into the season before any running was done is that Hamilton win the championship. What is with McLaren? Asks Dado. We can't really say right now where McLaren are at, so I'd be a bit more patient if you can. Hellhammer13 says, Williams just showing up to the track today is a W for them. I really hope Albon has some good weekends in 2023. I don't think it's quite that bad for Williams. I mean, I know there was a time period where they had no, I think, team principal or technical director, which really wasn't good, but I don't think they're quite in that position where just turning up is good enough because of, financial struggles. I don't think they're quite in that position yet. But, I mean, they've got Gulfair now as I think, sponsorship, which is good to see. If you guys don't know, James Vowles, the strategist for Mercedes, obviously for many years, is now the team principal of the Williams team. Be interesting to see how he gets on. As Valtteri Bottas, replay of him locking up and going wide at the final corner. But, yeah, I think if Williams can just close the gap pace-wise to the teams ahead of them, I think that would at least be good enough. And then whether they close the gap points-wise in the championship or climb any higher than last, we'll have to see. But as long as they can increase their pace and close the gap to the teams ahead of them, I think that's all you can really ask for from them, which is pretty difficult to ask for, but if they're going to continue in F1, that's, what you need to ask for. As Logan Sargent, slightly tough time there through turn 9, as he's on a bit of a quicker flying lap by the looks of it. Car number 2, he is. As Sargent now flying through turn 11, slight understeer through turn 11. Now into turn 12, and obviously he's going to be quite a few seconds slower than Verstappen, which he is, almost 3 seconds off. As slightly losing the rear end on the exit turn 13, rear end not quite stable there. And then into the final corner, and yeah, rear end not very stable on that Williams on this lap, as Sargent goes up to 15th place. So I'll just quickly update that. So Sargent up to 15th. And let me see how far off he is. Actually, Valtteri Bottas I've seen has improved, and we've actually had quite a few improvements in the order that I've actually forgot to change on my screen. So sorry about that. I'll quickly get to that. So it's now Leclerc 11th, and then Bottas in 12th, and then Hamilton, Magnussen, Sargent 15th, and then Norris, De Vries, and Ocon. Let me just quickly update the lap times. So Valtteri Bottas is 2.2 seconds off with his best time there. And then obviously Lewis Hamilton, 2.9 off. And then Magnussen, 3.2. And Magnussen is on another flying lap. We'll see if he actually improves or not. And then Logan Sargent now, instead of 5.5 seconds off, he is now 3.5 seconds behind, with Lando Norris just under 4 seconds down on Verstappen. And then De Vries 4.5 seconds behind. So there you go. That's all 18 times so far. Reminder, Sergio Perez at the bottom will not be running in this session. Verstappen is running for Red Bull all day. And Fernando Alonso still has not done a lap time and has only done like 1 lap. So really hope he can get out onto the track. And Magnussen does not improve his time. So actually, whilst we've got a bit of a lull here, let me just try and look to see, what's been going on with Aston Martin. What's the issue? Oh dear. This is very embarrassing from Aston Martin. So the reason he's not on track is because Aston Martin reportedly broke Alonso's floor doing pit stop practice. They are now working to fix it. And that was from Albert Fabrega, 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, something like that. That is very embarrassing, and that's not going to help Fernando's mood. You all know he's on the edge of snapping a lot. Yeah, not a great start. And they've just shown, actually, which is good to see they've shown it, the pole time the Bahrain Grand Prix last year of Charles Leclerc, a 130.5. Max Verstappen, after the first day of testing, a 132.9, which, 2.4 seconds off. Yes, but it's not actually that bad for the first day of testing to be only 2.5 seconds away from pole position last year at this track. And I'm sure Verstappen will improve on that lap time before the end of the day. So, yeah. I mean, by the end of testing, we might not be that far away from that pole time from last season. So, just shows you the development of these cars over the winter and over, obviously, the season of last year. As Verstappen is currently on an outlap and he's on the medium tyres and he's about to begin a flying lap, I guess. Not sure if it's going to be a lap that improves his lap time or just start of a new run. As he comes into turn 1 now. And not quite hitting the apex, but still a good run through turn 1 and 2. And Verstappen now climbing up to turn 4. And good run through turn 4. Slightly wide on the exit, but pretty much everyone's doing that. And he does a purple first sector. So by the looks of it, this is Max Verstappen going for it and trying to improve that time. And that was a brilliant turn 9 from Verstappen. Hit the apex beautifully. Actually, a turn 8 that was, not turn 9. Yeah, beautifully hit the apex. And as well, beautiful run through turn 9 and 10, which is the toughest corners on the circuit. As Verstappen through turn 11. And yeah, this Red Bull car looks just very smooth, very nicely balanced. Has done a slightly slower middle sector. We'll see whether he can improve in the final sector, though. He didn't have a great final sector on his personal best time from this morning. Let's see how he does as he comes through the final corner now. Not a great run through the final corner as he comes to the line and goes 0.06 of a second slower than his personal best. So he could have probably gone quicker, but only just. I don't think he would have gone much quicker than he did this morning. But yeah, the Red Bull car really, it just looks super comfortable like it did last year. Very comfortable to drive. Not, they're not losing the rear end. The front end isn't washing out away from the apex. It just looks very smooth and easy to drive, really. Which is a big reason why they were so quick last year. Yeah, their design was very aerodynamically efficient with how fast they were in down the straights and in high speed sections. But it's a very comfortable car to drive, which is why it was the best car of last year. As Logan Sargent, just a replay of him locking up the inside front into turn 10, going deep, but continuing back onto track on the exit of turn number 10, as we've got now just under 3 hours to go to the end of day 1. Hellhammer says, after Bottas got a mullet and drinking a VB like a true bogan in Melbourne with his girlfriend, he has now become an Australian citizen. Oh, hell, Bottas. Yeah, I really like the look that he's taken on. He does look like more so, yeah, an Australian, but he does have like that more classic like 80s look, which I love. The looks from that era. And it's great to see him having a personality. Not all the drivers have a personality. So good to see Bottas showing off his as Sargent just cooling down after that run in the Williams, as here is Esteban Ocon, who we've not seen much of in this afternoon session. He's on the hard tyre, and he's about to begin another flying lap and probably go quite a bit quicker than he went at the beginning of the afternoon session. He's currently just under 7 seconds off the pace. As Ocon, done pretty slow first sector, so there's going to be another slow lap time by the looks of it. But one thing I will do quickly, whilst we've got a slight lull, is have a quick drink, because I'm sure you guys can hear my throat suffering slightly. And obviously we've got quite a while to go, so I'll just have a quick drink, and then we'll crack on with the rest of the sessions. Ocon having a slight issue in turn 10. Rear end again, stepping out like it did with De Vries earlier, but just nowhere near as bad. Good save from Ocon. Oh, that felt good. And Ocon, after the first 2 sectors, 5.5 seconds off the pace. So he will probably, Ocon, go, I don't know, a second or so quicker. But he'll probably stay in 18th place. Here he comes to the line, does stay in 18th, and only goes 0.7 of a second quicker than his previous best. So he is now 6.1 seconds off the pace, is Ocon. And still no sign of Fernando Alonso. And if that is true, that Fernando's floor was broken accidentally by the team in a practice pit stop, then not great, is it? You know, wasting an hour due to that. Really not great. And not a great day for Aston Martin. I mean, the car looks good visually. It looks much better than it did a year ago in testing in Bahrain, where they looked like their car looked like a ferry, basically. Had no grip whatsoever. But in terms of running on the track, yeah, it's not been a great day. Drogovic breaking down earlier due to electrical issues. Fernando missing, the last hour or so because of the floor. Charles Leclerc is on a new flying lap and only 0.2 of a second down. Oh, big moment for Leclerc. Good save on the exit of turn 7. Slightly lost the rear end, corrected it nicely. And he's still pushing Leclerc and locks up on the entry to turn 10 and runs a bit wide. So he's trying to push, but this Ferrari car is not quite meeting his standard. As Leclerc now going through turn 12, and he'll now be quite a bit slower than Verstappen. 1.2 seconds down. And I'd imagine because of those couple little errors, Leclerc is probably going to end up around where, he is currently, which is P11. Good run through the final corner, at least, for Leclerc, as he comes to the line, and he goes up to 6th place. Is it 6th place? Yeah, it is 6th place. So a good end to the lap, at least, but he could have done a lot better on that lap. No doubt about it. So Leclerc now up to P6. Let me just update some of the times if I can. I'll try and update the times of the drivers below. So let me just do that quickly. And Just seeing if there's anything else going on. Can't see anything going on at the moment. And I think I've got all the timings correct at the moment, except for Leclerc. So let me just, what do you call it? Let me just have a quick check on the timings to see how far off exactly he is. And 1.3 seconds he is behind. So there you go. And like I said, he definitely could have done a much better lap if it wasn't for those couple little errors that he had. As Lewis Hamilton is about to complete a flying lap on the hard compound tyre, is it? No, the medium compound tyre, and he goes up to 5th place, only 9/10 of a second away from Max Verstappen. So Hamilton up to, oh no, not Drugovich. Let me fix that. There you go. Hamilton is up to 5th. I'll just update how far off he is. Yeah, 9/10 of a second. And is this a replay or a live shot? I'm not quite sure, but we are now seeing Fernando Alonso on the track. And this looks like, on the broadcast, a live shot of Fernando. And yeah, it is. So Fernando Alonso on the circuit. He's only done 3 laps so far, but now he can, with 2 hours and 48 minutes to go, try to update that tally as he starts a lap with the DRS wide open down to turn 1. And if there's any team during testing that is going to come out looking like the most improved team compared to testing last year, it's going to be Aston Martin, most likely. If I was to bet on any team taking that prize, I guess you could say. But yeah, Lewis Hamilton, 9.5 off. Let me just do everyone else's times quickly from the drivers that ran earlier. And I'm gonna see if I've got it all correct. Just need to do a few more. As Fernando Alonso, 1.2 seconds off after the first 2 sectors. So this is a decent flying lap for Fernando. And we'll see what he does when he comes to the line in just a moment. Here he comes, Fernando Alonso to the line, and goes up to 14th place, 2.2 seconds off, and goes just slightly slower than Valtteri Bottas. So let me just quickly update that timing before I place him in that position. And don't worry guys, I'll get the running order correct in just a moment. Just give me a few more seconds and then I'll get it, bang on. And I think the last 2 times we've got for today is De Vries and Ocon. And Ocon, 5.6 seconds off. And I'll just update that, yeah. Fernando Alonso is up to 14th position. And that is your current running order with 2 hours and 45 minutes to go here on day one. Your top 10, Verstappen, Sainz, Albon, Zhou, Hamilton, Russell, Leclerc, Hulkenberg, Drugovich, and Tsunoda. 2 seconds covering the top 12. As Charles Leclerc currently in 7th. About to complete a lap, but it looks as though it's going to be a slower lap on the medium compound tyres. And yeah, it's going to be a slower lap for sure. About half a second slower than he went previously there from the Monegasque. And he will continue on as we now look at Lewis Hamilton. Just cooling down after one of those flying laps on an out lap now. So maybe we'll see him go for another flying run as he tries Hamilton to warm up his tyres. He exits the final corner. And does he open the DRS? Yes, he does. So he's going to go for another flying lap. Let's see how this Mercedes is handling on day one of testing. As he comes into turn one now. And couldn't quite see how far away it was from the apex, but it looked fine to me. As he opens the DRS once again, got to say the Mercedes car not porpoising anywhere near the levels it was porpoising at a year ago, which is great to see. As Hamilton has not improved his first sector. Looks good through turn 6 and 7. Turn 8 looks good as well. And now into turn 9 and 10. Yep, Mercedes car looking very smooth. No issues whatsoever from what I can see so far. And like I said, way less porpoising than last year. And the car grip-wise through the corners looks so much better than it did a year ago. But it's not improving on this lap. Again, lap times don't mean that much in testing. As Fernando Alonso has gone up to 11th place. I'll update that in a moment. Just want to see Lewis Hamilton finish this lap. And yeah, good lap visually from Hamilton. No issues with the handling. Goes slower, but yeah, that was encouraging to see from there, from that onboard and just the offboard as well. Yeah, visually there looks to be no issues with that car. Doesn't mean there isn't any issues, of course, but I didn't see anything obvious in terms of any issues with the Mercedes car. Anyway, Fernando Alonso up to 11th. And let me just update that lap time if I can. I'll do it in a second. Here's a replay of Leclerc. And the Ferrari definitely porpoising way more than the Mercedes is. That's been definitely noticeable today. Ferrari bouncing a lot more than the Mercedes has been. But remember, with the porpoising, it's, you know, every team is going to have it. It's just whether it affects your performance or not. Yeah, Alonso, 1.8 seconds off now. Just ahead of Pierre Gasly as Alonso now comes back into the pit lane. And Piastri 1.9 off, and then Bottas 2.247 seconds off, I believe. So there you go. That's your current order. We've still quite a while to go in this afternoon session. Hellhammer Chazza, what are your thoughts on Piastri in terms of how he's going to go this year? I think it will be a decent first season. I don't think he will beat Lando Norris at all. I'd be so surprised if that happened. I think that would legitimately be one of the biggest surprises of the season if that happened. Even arguably the biggest surprise of the season. Because, it's Lando's team. He's been there for years. He's one of the top few drivers in F1 is Lando. Yeah, it would be a massive shock if Piastri came in and first year into F1 and a year out of anything, obviously last year, and beat Norris. So I think he'll be firmly the number 2 this year. I think there'll be maybe some races here or there where Piastri gets the better of Norris, but I think most of the time Lando will beat him pretty comfortably. But, my prediction coming into the season was that McLaren, I think, will finish exactly where they did in the championship last year for this year. And I think Piastri will finish, 10th in the championship is where I had him. I think at best he'll be 10th in the championship. I don't see him being 8th, 9th or anything like that. I think 10th is the absolute best he'll be this season. I think really with Piastri, 2024 is where we'll see, hopefully, what he has to offer properly in Formula 1. I think this first year, it's going to be a learning experience. Obviously, never been in Formula 1 before. And he's at a team where, he's up against it because it is Lando Norris's team. So, yeah, it's going to take probably a season for him to get properly up to scratch and show what he's truly capable of. But once he does show what he's truly capable of, I have no doubt that he will prove to be, in and around Norris's level. But I think for this first season, I think Norris will definitely be ahead of him. I think it'd be silly to predict, Piastri beating him. As De Vries in the AlphaTauri, who we haven't seen for a while, goes up to 16th place. Talking of McLaren, we haven't seen Lando Norris for a while, have we? We haven't seen him for about at least an hour from what I can remember. So, yeah, not good. I don't know what's going on there. But, yeah, De Vries up to 16th place. Let me just update quickly the lap times of Norris and Sargent. So it's obviously in the correct order. As I can see Mario Isola from Pirelli, the motorsport director for Pirelli, being interviewed on the F1 broadcast. Yeah, the Pirelli tyres this year, bit different, bit more grip, I think, in the front tyres this year than there was last year, because I think that was a complaint with the tyres last year, is that there wasn't a lot of grip on the front end of the compound. But yeah, they've improved that by the sounds of it. De Vries 3.4 seconds off, I can see. So there you go. As we're looking at Kevin Magnussen in the Haas car coming through the final corner. And he's closely following AlphaTauri ahead of Nick De Vries. And yeah, Magnussen looking all fine as Max Verstappen. I think he's just had a briefing, or just gone through a slight briefing, and just looking through some data and talking to his engineer. after his long run. And the short run he had, obviously, that I just forgot about. As Fernando Alonso back in the pits after finally getting out onto the track, but he should be back out soon enough. I'd imagine for a race distance run, probably for the next hour. And then after that, he'll probably do a lower fuel run just to see what the car feels like with lower fuel and how it is in that setting. Let me see if I can just find some news quickly on Twitter of anything going on. Actually, one thing I'll look at or look for is any news from McLaren as to why Lando Norris is not on the track. Let me just have a quick look for that, if I can. No, can't see anything. So maybe they're just altering the setup of the car, which, those things can take time. And obviously, in testing, there is, a bit more time you have access to than you would on a F1 weekend. So, yeah, maybe that's what they're doing there. As we're looking at Esteban Ocon now, just coming out of turn 13. And F1 Twitter, the F1 Twitter account, the official one, accidentally posted that Max Verstappen holds the fastest lap of day one, which of course he does, but they accidentally said that he has the fastest time of a 1 minute 9.5. Which, if that was the case, then there'd be no point watching F1 this season. And yeah, no other news that I can see at the minute. As we now look at full screen on the F1 broadcast, the Alpine of Esteban Ocon, who is just continuing round, setting lap after lap. And the Alpine livery, I gotta say, not as good as last year. I mean, it's a good livery, but they've just included, and I mean, it's for good reason, to save on weight, but they've included way too much exposed carbon fiber. That's the black you can see. It's just way too much of that. Which is, just doesn't make this car look as good. But the first 3 races, they will be running the pink livery, which if you remember last season, they ran that in the first 2 races. This year, they'll be running it in the first 3 races. I'm not sure, though, they'll go for as much pink as they did last year. They might try and, make it majority pink, but not make it too much majority pink, if you know what I mean. Maybe 51% pink and 49% blue or something like that. As Ocon through turn 1. And yeah, just clearly on a longer run there as Logan Sargent having a discussion with his engineer. He's another man, obviously new to F1. And I'd be surprised, just like with Piastri, if he was to come into F1 and beat his teammate in his first season. I think that'd be an amazing effort if that was to be done. As the Williams mechanics get the car ready for another run. Lewis Hamilton still sat in his all-black Mercedes. And he'll probably be back out on track soon, I'd imagine, as well. But the only cars on track right now are Alonso, Magnussen, De Vries, and Ocon. So not too much going on sadly, at the moment. But like I said, when we get a bit further into this afternoon session and it gets, darker and track temperature drops even more, I'm sure we'll get quite a flurry on the track of drivers, not just, getting laps in the conditions almost identical to what they're going to be like at the first Grand Prix in a week and a half from now. But, for those lower fuel runs, I'm sure we'll get plenty of those when we get to, say, an hour from now, once the sun has firmly set. And let me just adjust this picture quickly so you can see more of the Ferrari there. There you go. That's obviously Carlos Sainz from earlier. As we're looking at Fernando Alonso in the Aston Martin on another lap. Let's see if it's another flying lap or just a start of a long run. I mean, he does have the DRS open, so you'd hope it's a short-fueled run. And for the first sector, only a 10th off. Not too bad. Not too bad at all from Aston Martin. And yeah, that car, it's amazing the difference compared to this time last year. This time last year, it was horrendous. It was an absolute joke of a car as the Alonso slightly runs wide at turn 10. Yeah, last year it was such a joke at the start of the season. It was embarrassing how bad the car was, but yeah, it looks infinitely better a year on. As Alonso, only 6/10 off now. Verstappen, so this lap, as he has a slight snap of oversteer on the exit at turn 13, this lap will probably put him in 5th or 6th once he completes the lap, as he comes through the final corner now. And good run through the final corner. And to the line, Alonso goes 5th, 8/10 of a second off the pace of Max Verstappen. And that lap was set on the medium compound tyre. So that is a good lap. And again, ignoring the lap time, visually, you can just see how much better this car is. So Alonso up to 5th, and I'll just quickly update his lap time. So yeah, he's just over 8/10 of a second off the pace, and then just ahead of Lewis Hamilton, which I'm sure will please him, no doubt. And let me just do Leclerc and a few drivers below. Just Hulkenberg and Rogovic and the Noda. And there you go. As work going on the brakes of the McLaren. I think, is that the McLaren? It looks to be the McLaren, or no, that's around the brake area. And brake. Is it the brakes? Yeah. It was zoomed in that much, I wasn't quite sure. But yeah, it was the brakes on the McLaren. Please don't tell me a year on they've got the same issue. I really hope that's not the case. That would be embarrassing, to say the least. That was happening again. So, right. Who have we got now on the track? We've got an AlphaTauri of Nick De Vries, who I think is just on a long run at the minute. We're now seeing Lewis Hamilton on another set of medium tyres, and we'll see what he can do. And yeah, quite a lot of work going on, and tinfoil going into the brake there, and then they're pointing a machine at it. Not quite sure what that machine actually is, but it definitely looks as though McLaren have got a brake issue again, just like a year ago. And yeah, I'll let you know what Hamilton does on this lap once he gets it going. As he comes up, Hamilton through turn 13 right about now. And he'll be starting the lap in a moment. But yeah, it doesn't look good at McLaren whatsoever. And you can tell by the faces of the mechanics and all that this has not been a good day whatsoever. And if you're a McLaren fan, I wouldn't panic, but definitely do not go into the season, given what they've been saying coming into testing and just how the first day has gone. Do not go into the season with unrealistic expectations, because you will be so disappointed if you do. As Lewis Hamilton starts his new lap, great handling, I got to say, from the Mercedes in turn 1 and 2. Looked really good. Now into turn 4. And yeah, that Mercedes, another car that looks so much better than it did a year ago. Only a 10th down on Verstappen after the first sector. And Hamilton, I thought, ran wide in turn 8 there, but it was kind of okay, I guess. Now to turn 9 and 10. And yeah, again, on this lap so far, just like the previous lap we looked at, the Mercedes looks good. Handling very well. How well compared to everyone else? Again, we don't know, but it looks good to me. As Hamilton now through turn 12. And he's not done a personal best middle sector, but he's only slightly slower, I think, than his personal best, so it's not really an issue. And now, he builds towards the final corner. And through the final corner he comes. Great run through the final corner as well from Hamilton. And to the line. And goes third. Half a second off Verstappen. And again, visually, looks good, that Mercedes. How good? We'll find out more, obviously, as time goes on. But that looked good to me. Yeah, he's just under 5.5 tenths away from Verstappen. Let me just update the lap times. And maybe, who knows, Mercedes might end the day quickest if they keep getting quicker and Verstappen doesn't go any quicker than what he's done so far. Here's a slow-mo replay of Alonso locking up on the inside of turn 10. Alonso's helmet, he's changed it for this season. It looks kind of like a Brazilian helmet in a way, with the colours he's gone for. Certainly did on that angle that we saw. As Verstappen looks as though he's getting his helmet back on. And he's going to get back out there. And here is Logan Sargent down in 17th place on an outlap. And about to begin a flyer on a set of mediums. And Sargent now comes down the pit straight. No real porpoising from the Williams down the pit straight. And he now flies up to turn 4. As you can see on the broadcast, you got Jolyon Palmer trackside doing what Martin Brundle normally does. Sargent now halfway through the lap. He did not do a personal best first sector. But got some green high-vis paint on the car. So obviously Williams trying to find out how the air is flowing and how the aero is working. And Williams doesn't look too bad. Sargent ran slightly wider in turn 11 than really you would want to, but all right. And he's done a, well, better first sector, than, middle sector, sorry, than he did previously. And Sargent will complete the lap in a second. And probably, in what, 20 minutes or so, I'm probably going to repost, guys, the link of the stream back out in a couple places and have a slight break. And when I mean slight break, I mean literally only like a few seconds so I can like have a drink and just cough on that. Because obviously, in about 20 minutes, we'll be halfway through the afternoon session. Pretty much, or just over halfway through. So yeah, I'll let you know when I get to that. As the floodlights at the Sakhir International Circuit already on. Yeah, darkness not too far away. And that's where it gets good here in Bahrain. I do have to admit, though, because obviously we used to have qualifying on the race here in Bahrain in the dry, in like the peak part of the day where the sun was unbelievably hot. I think it was the 2005 Bahrain Grand Prix was like the hottest Grand Prix ever, or one of the hottest Grand Prix ever. And if you watch that race, the cars were literally just falling apart in that race. And I think that year as well, it was, yeah. You weren't allowed to change your tyres. So everyone's tyres by the end of the race were just literally gone. If you were to do like an alternate history of F1, I would be very curious to see like what would the Bahrain Grand Prix have been like since 2014 had we stayed with the original start time of the Grand Prix, being in the middle of the afternoon rather than at night. Because in certain Grand Prix where, Bahrain, the tyres do wear out quite a bit around here. But, if the race has been held in the earlier part of the day, I'd be very interested to see, how many pit stops we would have had, just how much of a different race we would have had. Because it would have had definitely an effect if they had raced here in Bahrain in like 2017-18, for example, in the day. You probably would have had like 3 pit stops. Because of how bad the heat is in the day. I like the night racing. I'm not saying that I prefer the having the Grand Prix in the day. I like the Bahrain Grand Prix being a night race, but yeah, I'd just be curious to see like what would happen with the tyres and that. As Valtteri Bottas completes a lap, doesn't improve. Logan Sargent, not sure if he improved his lap time. I'll have a look in a moment. He has stayed in the position he was in, so I'm going to assume not. Because Nick De Vries is only like a tenth of a second ahead of him. So, yeah, I'd assume that he didn't improve. As we're looking at slow-mo, Valtteri Bottas going through turn 10 with some high-vis paint on his car as well. And I'll see if there's any news on Twitter. McLaren still working on their issue by the looks of it. And what we're looking at now, Lewis Hamilton on a new flying lap. That's what we're looking at now. He's not improved his first sector though. But we do have to remember that I think he has done now a few low fuel runs on this compound. So those tyres are definitely past their best by now. But yeah, Mercedes car, visually, it looks good to me. It doesn't look as bad as last year. Because remember last year, not only did they have porpoising issues, but the car was very unstable in certain corners. I think turn 4, I remember, it was a bit snappy. And I think turn 10 as well wasn't great. But yeah, it looks a lot better this year. So if you're a Mercedes fan, yeah, things are looking better. Just don't go over the top with your expectation. As Hamilton, yeah, completes that lap and goes about a second a lap slower than he did with his personal best time. As actually, Sargent did improve up to 16th place. I'll just update the lap time. He did. He's now 3.3 seconds off. And De Vries, obviously 3.4 seconds off. As we are now looking at Fernando Alonso, who is on a lap. Not sure if it's a flying lap. It looks to me like he's doing a long run or something, unless they show otherwise. But yeah, Aston Martin car, as I've already said, looks much better than this time 12 months ago. As we're now looking at Max Verstappen, who is on the track on an out lap and is on the medium compound tyre by the looks of it. Let's see whether he will improve or whether he's just going to do a 30-40 lap stint. Build knowledge of what the car is like with a race fuel load. As Verstappen through turn 13. And yeah, we'll see what Max does with this lap. He did try to improve his best time earlier, but went, half a tenth slower. So we'll see whether he can actually improve it this time. He's done 107 laps today. So Red Bull looking very reliable as they did last season. Except for obviously the first 3 races. But yeah, after those first 3 races, Red Bull, their reliability was not in doubt. As Verstappen looks good, and the Red Bull car handling wise looks very good there through turns 1, 2, and 3. Now to turn 4. Oh, slight snap of oversteer there. He does, though, do a purple first sector and another snap there in the middle of turn 7, I think that was, or 6. But turn 8 was a lot better, so we'll see if this middle sector is an improvement or not. As Verstappen now on the final DRS zone and flying into turn 11. And yeah, car looks very good through there. And his middle sector is 0.08 of a second quicker than his personal best. So another purple sector, slight loss of the rear end through the exit of 13, but that's okay. Didn't affect his lap time, I don't think, that much. And then into the final corner, kisses the apex, but runs a bit too wide, straddles the curb, comes to the line, and does go quicker by 0.1 of a second. Not sure if it'll be deleted or not. It looked like it was okay, to be honest. But yeah, he has gone quicker. So Max Verstappen now quickest on a 1:32.837. And in terms of the gaps, I will update those right now, because I'm sure Verstappen will now cool down or he decides to go for another run. And yeah, just a replay of his snap of oversteer at turn 4. Wasn't anything awful, but it was definitely a snap. So he's now 0.4 of a second clear of Carlos Sainz. And 0.6 of a second clear of Lewis Hamilton. And obviously, I'll now do all the others as well. So Albon, 0.8 of a second off. Obviously, he ran earlier. So did Zhou. And Alonso now 9/10 of a second down in 6th place. And then Russell 1.3 seconds down. Obviously, he did the running for Mercedes-Benz earlier. Leclerc 1.5 seconds down. That's one person we're now waiting for from the top teams to do a lower fueled run. And completing the top 10 now is actually Valtteri Bottas. I'll update that once I've done all the times. So you've got Drugovich just outside the top 10 with Yuki Tsunoda as well, as Fernando Alonso's on a flying lap, but he's not improved his first sector, sadly. And you've got Gasly, and then Piastri, or Oscar Pastry, as some people like to call him. Let me do the rest of the times quick. Alonso has not improved his middle sector either, so yeah. Not a great run for Fernando, but I think he's been on those tyres for a few laps now, which explains a bit. And let me do the final couple of times. Lando Norris still not on circuit, 4 seconds now down on Verstappen. And Ocon still last of everyone who's ran today. And let me just update that Valtteri Bottas, where is he? There he is. Valtteri Bottas is now up to 10th place. So Max Verstappen quickest on a 1:32.8. And then you've got Carlos Sainz in 2nd. Obviously, he ran in the morning. Hamilton 3rd. Albon 4th. Zhou 5th. Alonso 6th. And then Russell, Leclerc, Hülkenberg, and Bottas. Talking of Leclerc, he is on a lap now. He's not improved his first sector, though, on the medium compound tyre. This looks to be like a low-ish fuel run, but, I mean, that first sector just really wasn't that great, was it? From Leclerc. As into turn 10, looks fine. Yeah, looks absolutely fine there for Ferrari. And now into turn 11. Slightly misses the apex, but you don't necessarily have to hit the apex of that corner. And does a personal best middle sector. But he's still... Oh, big snap of oversteer on the exit at 13. He's about a second off Verstappen after 2 sectors. Now into the final corner. And let's see if this is an improvement from Leclerc. Probably will be. Yes, it is. He goes up to 7th place, even though he only did an improved middle sector. The 1st and 3rd sector were not an improvement. So Leclerc up to P7. And 1.1 seconds off now. So let me just update that quickly. And 1.155 off. Russell 1.3 off. And then Hülkenberg, I think, stays in that position because I think Leclerc only gained 1 position. But out of the top 3 teams, as we know them from, last year, the only team that I have seen issues with is Ferrari in terms of the handling of the car, because Sainz had a moment in the morning where he went off at turn 5, I think it was. Leclerc's had a couple snappy moments. I mean, Verstappen did have a moment in the morning where he went off at turn 10. But if there's going to be a team that I'm concerned with out of the top 3 teams in terms of the handling from what I have seen so far, it would be Ferrari. That's not saying I am concerned. I'm just saying if I had to be, and if I had to pick one of those top teams that I was concerned about by looking at the handling, it'd have to be Ferrari from what I've seen so far. But that doesn't necessarily mean that their car is trash or anything like that. It might just be, with this type of rubber on the track and with that type of fuel load, whatever fuel load they've got, maybe the car just handles like that in that type of fuel mode or fuel load rather than mode. Yeah, we don't know for sure, whether stuff like that will actually affect their pace. But yeah, definitely some things to work on at Ferrari in terms of the setup. As Logan Sargent, he's on another lap. So coming through turn 10 now, as darkness is descending. And I'll just see how he does for the rest of this lap, and then I'll quickly post the link of the stream out a couple more times as we're about halfway through the session. And actually, I think I will do that now, because Logan Sargent, by the looks of it, isn't going to improve. By the way, Nello Angelo, your comment I will read out in just a couple minutes time after I do what I'm about to do now. Quickly though, yeah, if you are new to the channel, guys, and you want to keep up to date, bang up to date with what is going on in pre-season testing, then make sure to subscribe to the channel for more content like this. Bottom right of the screen, you can do it right there. And for everyone watching right now, if you have not already, don't forget to smash that like button and share this video and channel everywhere you can. And let me just post these two, or this link out a couple times for the stream. The last couple hours. Pre-season testing. Hopefully that works, and it does. And I'll just quickly post it on Twitter. And then we'll get into what is always the best part of a pre-season testing day in terms of like lap times and that. It is the final couple hours of the day. Just quickly, McLaren are working to fix an issue related to brake cooling. That is, yeah, that's what's going on at McLaren. Again, not good. A year on and still brake issues. That's really not good. Come join us here live to catch the last 2 hours of day 1 of F1 testing. Quickly post couple hashtags. Right, so there you go. And let me just see what's going on track. Well, as soon as I said that, Lando Norris is coming out of the garage. So the issue is fixed, thankfully, as he slides quite a lot out of his pit box there. and is now out on the track. Probably won't do, you know, a load of laps now. He's probably just going to do an installation lap to make sure that the car is fine. There's no more issues, and then they'll probably fill it up for a proper long run or something like that. As Kevin Magnussen also on an outlap, and Nick De Vries has actually improved his lap time. Where is he? He's gone up to 13th as Nick De Vries. Let me just quickly update that, and I'll update the timings. So De Vries just ahead of Gasly with that lap time, the man he's replaced at AlphaTauri, who had a decent morning session. As De Vries on another flying lap now. And let me just do a couple more times to get it right on the screen. The Magnussen 2.6 off. And then Sargent 3.333 off in the Williams. So there you go. De Vries up to 13th. Let me just read out this comment from Nello in the chat. Great to see you. Says, how are the cars looking in terms of grip and handling on track? Did Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes all nail it? Who's looking the weakest so far? Again, it's hard to tell. It's only day one. Obviously, the more of testing we see, a pattern will develop, you know, when you visually look at what the car's handling is like, rather than looking at the lap times. I think so far, what I would say is Red Bull and Mercedes look good. Mercedes look a lot better than they did a year ago. Ferrari look good, but if there's any team that needs to work on their handling the most out of those top three teams, it's probably Ferrari. McLaren, I mean, handling-wise, it's hard to say because I haven't really seen much of them today, but yeah, not great on the reliability side. Alpine look okay. Aston Martin look way better than they did a year ago. AlphaTauri, their car looks a bit of a handful. The Haas car looks okay at best. Williams' car doesn't look great. And the Alfa Romeo doesn't look great either from what I've seen. So, yeah, that's what I would say from day one of testing. But again, it's only day one. These, what I've said today might be completely different tomorrow or day three or when we get to the first Grand Prix. So, yeah, let's not get too carried away. But that'd be my takeaways from day one, I think. So far. Obviously, we've still got 2 hours to go. As Lando Norris is now on a flying lap. He's now coming into the final corner. And McLaren car looked pretty good through the final corner. And he comes to the line. And he doesn't actually improve his lap time. Does Norris? He goes 0.3 of a second slower on the hard compound tyre as it is almost dark at the circuit. Obviously, the floodlights are on, which is why we've got an hour and 57 more minutes of testing today. And I'll just quickly have a drink before we get onto the, juicy stuff today. As we just seeing a slow-mo replay of Fernando Alonso locking up again at turn 10. And we're now seeing Esteban Ocon again. I think so far from day one in terms of like what teams, who's handling better than others and how is the handling of certain teams. I think certain teams we've definitely seen enough to give us a good starting idea. I think the teams I'd like to see a bit more of is, again, McLaren, Alpine, Haas, and Alfa Romeo, maybe. to get a better idea of what their cars are handling like. As Ocon is doing a flying lap now. He's on a set of mediums, by the looks of it. One of the, I think the not the full striped medium, like the checkered medium tyre, if that makes any sense. As Ocon completes the first sector. And yeah, pretty slow first sector. 2.2 seconds off, I think, that first sector from Ocon. Yeah, from what I've seen from the Alpine, it looks kind of like last year's car. It just looks nice and smooth, no real issues. Good amounts of downforce. Yeah, looks all right, but nothing spectacular. But good enough to be like a top midfield team. That's what the car's handling looks like to me. Just very comfortable and very nice. And if McLaren do have their issues, then Alpine obviously be very keen to take advantage of that and finish fourth in the championship again. But if Aston Martin deliver on their potential, it's going to be hard to do that. As Ocon completes that lap, and yeah, handling of that Alpine looked pretty good on that lap, but very slow on that lap. So I'm sure he's got either a lot of fuel on board or they're running in a low power mode. As we're now looking at Felipe Drugovich, who did the morning session for Aston Martin. Reminder, Lance Stroll will not be doing testing with Aston Martin because he had a cycling accident in Spain, hurt his arm, so he's out of pre-season testing and is a doubt for the first race in Bahrain in 10 days from now. So we'll see whether he does race. So we're now looking at Norris in the McLaren. And can't quite see how the car is handling at the moment because we're looking at a different camera angle. Now we can see from the off-board. The McLaren looked fine through turn 10. DRS not open down the back straight. And into turn 11. Yeah. Car looks just okay, but I don't think we've seen enough really from McLaren to really know what it's looking like. So, yeah. I'm sure we'll find out more on day 2 and day 3 if they don't have any brake issues or anything like that. I'm just going to try and see if there's any news on Twitter. No news at the moment. As there is Pietro Fittipaldi just outside the Haas garage. I thought he was hired as the Red Bull test driver, or is that his brother? I thought I saw that, or one of them was hired to the driver academy. Maybe I can't quite remember. But we're now looking at Magnussen, who's not really going super quick around the track at the moment. As Magnussen, yeah, he's on a lap, but he just doesn't look very quick at all. And he's not even opening DRS down the back straight. So yeah, very slow lap from Magnussen, as it looks like Max Verstappen is in the background warming up for a lap. Just saw him darting around trying to fire his tyres up. As Magnussen now through turn 30. Maybe Magnussen's warming up for a lap as well. As Alonso in the Aston Martin comes back into his pit. And looks as though he's coming back into the garage, I would say. Yeah. And Magnussen back in as well. Verstappen, though, continues on. Not sure if he's on a proper flying lap. As we're not seeing him, unfortunately. As Magnussen parks it in the pit box. And goes out again. Decent day for Haas. I mean, obviously, I've not seen too much of them, so I can't really say like what their car looks like. It looks like it's going to be another season in, I don't know, 7th, 8th place, probably in the championship at best for them. Yeah, I can't really say too much because I've not seen too much of them today. As here's Norris in the McLaren. And doesn't look too bad, the McLaren, for what I've seen of these last few laps. Car is handling absolutely fine to me. And now comes to the line and goes for another lap. Who's on a bit of a stint here is Norris. The one thing, though, with McLaren is obviously last season, their lack of pace compared to what they had compared to, the Red Bull and Mercedes team and the Ferrari team, for example, back in 2021. The reason they lost pace was not only because their aero design wasn't great for the 2022 regs, if I can speak fucking English. They also had this issue with having a lot of drag, and a lot of times they would be, bottom of the timesheets in the speed trap data because their car was way too draggy. Obviously, the Mercedes power unit isn't pulling as much power these days as it was like 7 or 8 years ago, but yeah, they had a lot of drag. They did fix that. They improved on that in the second half of the season, but it was still a big issue for them as the season went on. Because, at every track we went to where it was a high-speed circuit, like a Suzuka or whatever, compared to Alpine, McLaren would suffer because McLaren, their car was only really, really good or great at like street circuits and circuits where it wasn't high speed, where Alpine had a good car really for any circuit. And the point I'm trying to make is, for this season, if McLaren are suffering bad with those issues again, we won't know until after qualifying next weekend, once we get to look at the data to see, are they, really struggling? Are they losing like 10 kilometers an hour again? The teams like Alpine. Yeah, we won't know that until next weekend, so be curious to see where they're ranking with that. As De Vries in the AlphaTauri is coming through turn 1 and 2. And doesn't, well, he is on a stint, but it just doesn't look that quick. It must have quite a bit of fuel on board. As Valtteri Bottas is on an outlap. Max Verstappen, by the way, came back into the pit. So you got what? Verstappen, Hamilton, Leclerc, Alonso, all in the pits. Hopefully they'll come out again and do another low-fueled run. Because, of course, about this time in 9 days from now, we'll be qualifying for the Bahrain Grand Prix. So it'd be nice for the teams to show us in these conditions what they've got so far. And talking of that, Lewis Hamilton is now on an outlap. And so is Logan Sargent now. As, yeah, De Vries clearly on a heavy fueled run. As he loses the rear end slightly on the exit of turn 13. And De Vries through the final corner. Doesn't look great. The AlphaTauri there, and he heads for the pit lane. So hopefully we can now look at Lewis Hamilton wherever he is and get a look to see whether, he's going to do another lap that possibly improves his lap time. He's only, quarter of a second slower than Carlos Sainz, who ran earlier. And obviously, almost 0.7 of a second slower than Max Verstappen. Yeah, the AlphaTauri suffering a bit on the bounces. It is quite bouncy into turn 1 in Bahrain naturally. And there is quite a big bump right as the braking zone starts. As a slight bit of slight loss of grip there for Bottas on the exit of turn 3. And doesn't do a great first sector. Let's see how this Alfa Romeo is handling. Oh dear. Understeer City he has entered. At turn 8, he just went straight on. And clearly still stuck in Understeer City because he had it again in turn 10. Will he be able to escape it into turn 11? Yes, he will. Yeah, Alfa Romeo, from what I've seen today, they've had a few lockups. Yeah, obviously, Bottas earlier, I mentioned, had and again, in turn 12, had a big moment there on the rear end. Yeah, this Alfa Romeo car doesn't look very stable from what I've seen so far. Looks a bit snappy on the rear end. And, yeah, quite poor front end on this lap so far. But he comes to the line and stays in P10. And yeah, 1.5 seconds slower he is than he went earlier. Here is Logan Sargent. And he goes up to 16th place. Now just 2.1 seconds off Max Verstappen. So I'll just update that quickly. So, yeah, 2.1 seconds down. Only slightly slower than Piastri was earlier. And Magnussen now down to 17th position. By the way, hello to Edson in the chat. Good to see you. And good to see everyone on what is, I don't know. Is it quite first day back to school, or is it like an induction day? I don't know how you would describe day 1 of preseason testing, but I guess you could say first day back to school. And yeah, a long and hopefully exciting season awaits us. Eric asks, could Nick De Vries be the next Red Bull driver if he turns out to be good? Maybe he could replace Checo in 1 to 3 years. He's already won the FE Formula E championship. It depends. Obviously, he's got to beat Tsunoda, but if he destroys Tsunoda, then yeah, I think he's got a good chance of replacing Perez, because that relationship between Max and Checo, I mean, we saw at the end of last year, it looked like he was about to crumble, that relationship. So, yeah, I think it just depends on how he does against Tsunoda, and then if he destroys Tsunoda, kind of like Gasly did in 2021, then then he's put himself right in frame for an opportunity, if the opportunity, of course, presents itself. If Red Bull are winning championships every year, pretty much like Mercedes did with Bottas, they're probably just going to keep Perez there for the harmony of the team until they stop winning. as Lewis Hamilton is on a new lap now on the medium tyres. And again, looking good, rather, through turn 1, 2, and 3. Now it's turn 4. Again, looks very smooth and good. And actually, he's on quite a bit of a slower lap. This is a bit of a longer run by the looks of it. Still looks visually pretty quick, and he understeers quite wide there at turn 8. But yeah, this is quite a bit slower than he went before. So maybe this is the beginning of a race stint. Mercedes and Hamilton, but still, even on this race stint, visually on board, the car looks hooked up. Not really missing a beat. When last year, it wasn't the case. But yeah, looking good. For Hamilton and Mercedes. Just adjust this picture quickly. And come back to the chat. Dane, did you see the equal machinery video of Tomo and Aldous? Do you agree with most people saying Alonso would beat or win Hamilton and Vettel in equal machinery? I didn't see that video. Let me just see what you're on about. Was it on their last lap channel, or was it just like on the Tomo channel? Let me check. Let me see if they posted it on the last lap. So, having a look. I can't see anything there. And let me see on Aldous' channel if I can see anything. No. Can't see anything there. But if they did do a video, but I just can't find it, or it was on the last lap, it must be like a stream or a podcast clip that just didn't appear there when I searched for it. I mean, in equal cars, I think Alonso would beat Vettel most times. I think Alonso is better than Sebastian Vettel. And I think it is unfair to compare them in terms of, like... I mean, obviously, I've compared them before. I did a comparison video a few years ago between Alonso and Vettel. But the point I'm trying to make is it's hard to compare them, say, between 2010 and 13, because... you had one driver, Sebastian Vettel, in a car that was way quicker most of the time, if not all of the time, compared to Alonso. There were times where Alonso, not even times, there was countless times, 20 or 30 times probably at least, where Vettel was over a second quicker in qualifying than Alonso. Not because Vettel was a second quicker than Fernando, but because the Red Bull was that much quicker than the Ferrari that Alonso was driving. So it is pretty hard and also unfair to a certain extent to compare them to. But I do believe, considering what Alonso accomplished, almost beating Vettel for the championship in 2 respective seasons where Ferrari had a much slower car, I do think Alonso in equal cars would beat Vettel. Against Hamilton, I think Hamilton beats Alonso at least most times. I think Alonso occasionally would beat Hamilton, like once every 3 times, maybe once every 4 times, but I think most of the time Lewis Hamilton would beat Alonso. But, yeah, that's my opinion, I guess you could say. Let me just check Twitter to see if there's any news. I can bring you guys quick. And no, can't see anything at the minute. Just trying to see if I can find something, because we've got a bit of a lull here. And no, can't find anything at the minute, as we've got just over 90 minutes to go in this first day of testing. So if you do want to pop in a question in the chat, make sure to post it in the chat and I'll read it before we get to the end of the stream. And if you just want to make any comments about what's happened so far or whatever, F1 related, then yeah, post it in the chat and I'll make sure to give it a read. And then as well, quickly, I'll remind you guys that, yeah, tomorrow I'll be live at 12 p.m. UK time, 15 minutes before the afternoon session begins. And I'll be live just like today for the whole of the afternoon session until it ends. And then Saturday, I will be doing an absolute marathon stream where I'll be covering both the morning and afternoon session. I will be live at 6:45 a.m. UK time to cover the morning session. And then obviously I'll, I don't know what I'll do during the break, but I'll do something to give myself a break, but still obviously have the stream still going. And then we'll get into the afternoon session. And obviously Saturday is the final day of testing. And then remember as well, so you've got, you know, that's what I'm doing on day 2 and day 3. And then on Sunday night, I will be doing, at 8 p.m. UK time, a full live review of pre-season testing. So, yeah, make sure to come along to all those pieces of content tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. And then I will make sure to give you guys a full rundown of what the plan is for the first race week of the season. So I've got quite a bit planned for the first race week of the season. As Alonso, we're looking at, is just on a long stint here on the medium tyres, and yeah, no issues for Fernando at the moment. And just looks as though everyone's doing a long run right now. I think if we're going to get any more like short fueled runs in and more lap time improvements, it'll probably come in 45 minutes to an hour from now, right at the end of the session. So stay tuned, because I still think we've got something to come here. Yeah, hour and a half to go. And the top 10 with an hour and a half to go is Verstappen quickest on a 1:32.8. Carlos Sainz second, Hamilton third, Albon fourth, Zhou fifth, Alonso sixth, Leclerc seventh, Russell eighth, Hülkenberg ninth, and Valtteri Bottas in P10. Any insights from Mercedes? Not from the team themselves, no. MC Lump Camel, interesting name, asks, I missed the last 30 minutes. Has anything happened? Any more info on the McLaren brakes? McLaren have fixed the issue. They're now back out on track, and Norris has been doing a few laps. Yeah, nothing really has happened in the last half an hour, to be honest. As Esteban Ocon looks as though he's now on a shorter fueled run, as he's improved his first sector. And definitely, visibly, the car looks lighter. Of course, it is reportedly the only car underweight right now. So you'd think it looked light. As Ocon, 2.1 seconds off so far for the lap. He is improving, though, because obviously he's 5.7 seconds off with his personal best time. So this will probably put him a position higher as he comes through the final corner. Again, handling of the Alpine looks good, which is a good omen for them. And yeah, goes up one position and is 2.4 seconds off now. So just update that quick. Ocon 18th. And 2.465 seconds off. And Lando Norris now 4 seconds off in 19th position. position. Eric asks, what do you think of the idea of Leclerc moving to Mercedes if Hamilton does retire after this or next year? Do you think it's possible, or who else might get his seat? Well, of course, that's my prediction. My prediction is that Hamilton wins the championship this year, retires, and then Leclerc takes his seat for 2025. So, yeah, I think it does happen, and I think if Hamilton retires at the end of this year or next year, if Leclerc is offered the seat, he has to take it if Ferrari are still fumbling and bumbling, as they have been for the last 15 years. If that's the case, then he has to take the seat. He has to try and win the championship. You know? I mean, you can criticize Alonso, definitely, for him moving teams so much, but at least you can praise Fernando for trying to move to the right team to win. Maybe Alonso, has moved too much in his career and been too impatient. I think that's definitely a valid criticism, but at least he's tried and not just stayed at one team for way too long and then been left behind, which is a danger that Leclerc could absolutely face if Ferrari don't get their act together. But more so for Lando Norris. If Lando Norris signs a new long-term contract at McLaren, for example, keeping him there until like the end of the decade, then he has the risk of being left behind. Even though he's a really good driver and he's one of the best drivers in the sport, if you're in a car that's not good enough to fight for wins, it doesn't matter how great you are, you're not going to win races unless something magically falls into your lap. So, yeah. If the opportunity presents itself, I think for Leclerc, he definitely has to take the opportunity. Let me just see if there's any more news I can bring. No. I think, really, the news at the minute, if there is any, is what's going on track. And all the news is at the minute is, well, there are cars going around, but not doing much else than that. Charles Leclerc, though, is now on a new flying lap on the medium tyre. So let's see if this is going to be an improvement from 7th place, as he's had the DRS open, done the pit straight, and now up to turn 4. And car looks fine so far. Slightly snappy on the rear end. Not a good first sector, really, from Leclerc. And into turn 8. Car looks fine. Absolutely fine. That was a good turn 8 there for Leclerc. Now into turn 10. Rear end stepping out slightly. And, I think, again, looking at the handling of the Ferrari, the front end looks fine. The rear end does look a tad snappy and oversteery. Again, these things can be improved, and issues like that can be squashed out before the season properly starts. But yeah, the rear end definitely is a bit oversteery. As that was a great run for Leclerc through the final corner. Don't think he'll improve, though. No, he won't. Stays in 7th place and goes almost a second slower than he did on his personal best. But, Ferrari car still looks good. I mean, compared to the rest of the teams. But not quite sure I'd say it's the best car from what I've seen so far. As he now backs off And we've got who else on track? Hamilton, Alonso, I think Sargent, Magnussen, Ocon, and Norris as well. Is a replay of Logan Sargent overtaking Lewis Hamilton into turn 1. You can only dream of such happening in the future in an actual Grand Prix. As Hamilton is just on a longish stint. And Sargent, by the looks of it, running a bit less fuel, which is why Sargent overtook him and got away from him. Sargent's done 50 laps so far in this afternoon session, which is okay. I mean, we've been going in this afternoon session for almost 3 hours, so probably could have done more. Albon did 74 laps in the morning. Here's Lando Norris on another lap, but I think Norris is just doing a long run on the hard compound tyre. And just trying to collect that data for the team in the conditions we'll be racing in a few days' time. Dane asks, do you think Tsunoda will do well this year? Probably not. I think if he was to do well, I think a lot of that would depend on the quality of the car. And from what I've seen so far, car doesn't look great. I didn't think they'd be great this season, so no, I don't think he'll do good this year. Dane also asks, how many championships Alonso could have won if he hadn't made the wrong decision on picking teams? Well, it'd be a bit too utopian in terms of, or not utopian, that's the wrong word, bit too perfect if we were to predict that, because, I mean, it's impossible for a driver to always pick the best team to go to. It's just impossible to do that. I mean, if Alonso had stayed at McLaren, say until 2012, 2013, would Alonso have won a championship at McLaren? Maybe in 2012. Maybe in 2012. Probably some people out there will say absolutely in 2012 because McLaren were faster than Ferrari. That is true, but McLaren, they had their issues in 2012. They were very, very similar to Ferrari last year. They fumbled a lot of good results, so I'm not sure 100% if Alonso would have won a championship with McLaren there. I mean, if you look at it, Alonso, when he went back to Renault for 2008, I think there were discussions and even maybe an offer from Red Bull for Alonso to go to Red Bull in 2009. Obviously, Alonso turned that down, and, we saw what Red Bull became. Yeah, if Alonso went to Red Bull instead of Vettel, Alonso would have probably won all of the championships that Vettel did. And that's not a criticism of Sebastian Vettel, but I think Alonso probably does win all 4 of the championships that Sebastian does during that era. I mean, obviously 2011 and 2013, Alonso would have won those easily, just like Sebastian did. 2012, Alonso was, I think, the better performer than Vettel, so I think Alonso does win that. And then 2010, you could probably argue the hardest that Vettel would have actually done better than Fernando in that situation, but I think Fernando was pretty much at that level with Sebastian. So yeah, I think Alonso would have won those 4 championships. But yeah, it's a bit too out there to predict. How would have Alonso's career gone if he was in the best, or if he was in the right team at the right time? I mean, again, it's a bit too out there to predict that, because I mean, if you could take any driver from like Alonso's era and say the same thing, what if this driver was always in the always made the right decisions and was always in like a championship winning car, then history would be different in a million different ways. So, yeah. But I guess to clarify, if Alonso did go to Red Bull and got in the Red Bull instead of Vettel, then yeah, I think Alonso just replicates Vettel's success, really. Which obviously would have then made him a 6-time world champion. I think, really, given Alonso's talent, he probably deserves to be like a 5-time or a 4-time champion, at least. But again, just because that's what his talent shows, or just because that's what his talent, that's what his talent level is, doesn't mean that he should be ranked as high as the people that have actually accomplished such a thing. But yeah, hopefully I've answered that in the best way possible. Eric, do you think there's any way for Mick to get back into F1? Yeah, I think there is. I think there definitely is. If Tsunoda has a really poor season and then they decide to drop him, I don't see why Red Bull would be opposed to putting Mick in their car. I think Mick probably would do if Yuki was poor this season, I think Mick would probably be able to do a better job. You never know. If Magnussen and Hulkenberg have a massive falling out, then he could go back to the Haas team. Could go to Williams. Who knows? But I think it is possible. Whether it happens, I don't know. But I think it is possible. And I think he will probably get back into F1 if I had to bet on it. But, yeah. Serena says, I think Mick will have to wait a few years to get a seat. We'll have to see. Oh, he will have to do what De Vries did. Possibly. That could work. Let me just have a quick look back to the TV broadcast, see if there's anything going on. Well, no, not really. No improvements of lap times, and everyone is just, doing long race stints. So, nothing really of interest going on the track. So, again, keep pumping in your questions if you have any. And I'll make sure to answer them whilst we wait for something to happen. Which is pretty much what pre-season testing watch-alongs are about. Just sitting around, waiting for something to happen and talk about. As Kevin Magnussen is the one on the broadcast right now that we're watching. And continuing on and on and on is Magnussen. The cars on track right now, if you're wondering, is Verstappen, Hamilton, Alonso, Leclerc, De Vries, Magnussen, and Norris. As Norris has slowed down and recharging the battery. Not sure if he's just having a slow lap before starting up the stint again, or if he's coming back into the pit lane. He's coming back into the pit lane. Is Lando. So he how many laps did Lando do? 20 to 30 laps, I think there did Lando do. Something like that. So not a bad run. As he now comes back in. And yeah, we'll get wheeled back into the garage, I'm sure. For new set of tyres, top off of fuel, and we'll see what he does for the rest of the session. Vinster says, checking in, what's up with Perez? Perez is not driving today. Verstappen is doing all of day 1, and then Perez is doing all of day 2, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that was, it's all part of the plan. Perez, there's nothing wrong with Perez. There's no illness or anything or injury. He's, that's just part of the plan. I think it's going to be, is it Verstappen day 1, Perez day 2, and then they're going to split day 3? Did they do that last year? They might have done. I can't remember exactly. talking of Verstappen, he is on another flying lap. Is this a proper flying lap? No, it's not, because DRS is not open on the run to turn 4. So he's come into the pits a couple times, and he's just now restarting a race stint. Is Verstappen. As Charles Leclerc comes into the pits. He had a bit of a stint. Did Leclerc have a few laps? So hopefully good data there for Ferrari. Dustin says Perez AM and Verstappen PM tomorrow, then Perez all day, day 3. That is very interesting that they're allowing Perez all of the final day. But, yeah. At least Perez gets a full day, I guess. And it will be equal running opportunity for both. Eric says, I also wonder, could Mercedes not want Leclerc because if Russell will prove to be a potential champion, might they not want a second driver also racing for a championship like Rosberg and Hamilton before? Possibly, but Russell would have to prove before Leclerc would be hired, which, I mean, Leclerc would, the earliest he could join Mercedes would be for 2025. Russell this year and next year would have to prove that he can legitimately compete for championships and, you know, take a title fight down to the last few races. But if he doesn't prove that, whether it's because he doesn't get the opportunity to, because the car's too slow, or he does get the opportunity to and is unable to keep up with Verstappen and Hamilton, then I think for Mercedes they'd really have to employ Leclerc because, you know, they need to give themselves the best chance to win at the end of the day. As Alonso is continuing on a run here as he's just coming into turn 1. Max Verstappen has done 127 laps. Very impressive, and very impressive reliability from the Red Bull. Impressive for Ferrari as well. Ferrari have done 113 laps. So that's good for Ferrari. Mercedes, they have done... How many laps have they done? Mercedes have done 102, 113, I think. About the same as Ferrari have done. So, yeah, all top 3 teams have all put in a good amount of laps. No reliability issues for the top teams. As Alonso on board, we're just looking at. And, yeah, smooth. It looks on board there, the Aston Martin. Not quite smooth at turn 8, though. Big lock up and went deep. As he continues on with his race run or data collecting run, whatever you want to call it. We're now looking at Valtteri Bottas. We've got DRS open up to turn 4. Let's see if this is an improvement seeking lap, I guess you could call it. No, not quite. He's a second down after the first sector. So yeah, this is a medium-sized fueled run, I guess you could say. Big understeer again at turn 8. Alfa Romeo really struggling in that corner. Turn 10. Better than last time I saw it, gotta be honest. And now into turn 11. Oh, looks okay through there. Yeah, quite a bit slower than the Verstappen. And Bottas definitely is not going to improve on this lap. into the final corner. And Alfa Romeo definitely getting on better handling wise in the second half of the lap in the simpler corners. But yeah, pretty slow lap time for Bottas. Don't think really he intended to go quicker than he has so far. And well, no, he actually did go deep at turn 10 with a lock up. So yeah, just those slow corners in the middle sector, the Alfa Romeo really struggling with. Eric says, this feels like listening to F1 on the radio since I can't watch them drive right now. Well, yeah, I hope it's that experience for you. That's basically what these watch-alongs are supposed to be on my channel. Obviously, if you can't watch the session because you can't afford to pay a subscription to watch it, or you're at work or whatever, that's where I would say I come in. And I think I do keep you guys up to date very well. And, you know, really keep you guys very much informed with what is going on in the session. So, yeah. I'm pleased to be offering that service, basically. And, yeah, as long as F1 is behind a paywall in this country, then I'll be doing watch-alongs. If F1, you know, went to like BBC or ITV, then I would probably stop doing watch-alongs because there'd be no point. Because everyone could watch F1 then. But yeah, as long as F1 is behind a paywall, and at least until all of my university studies are finished, I will be doing watch-alongs and still, obviously, content on the channel. As Logan Sargent on a much faster lap on this occasion. He's only 1.2 seconds down on Verstappen after the first two sectors. So this should put him maybe into the top 10. Obviously, his teammate's up in 4th place. Here comes the American. And, yep, 9th place. Good lap from the young American. And Williams, not looking too bad on day 1. 4th and 9th. That would be a very good first day. Again, lap times don't matter that much, but just for morale, that would be something for the Williams team. But, right, let me just update that lap time. So he went exactly a tenth of a second faster than Hulkenberg did Logan. And let me just do the rest of the times quickly as we're about to enter the final hour of running. As here's another replay of Bottas into turn 10 and again going deep, and this time goes off the track and rejoins halfway down the straight. That Alfa Romeo really looks poor through that corner. And not just through that corner, just slow corners in general. That Alfa Romeo does not look good. Which is not good to see. Actually, I've just realised that I've got something wrong. Bottas should have 721. This should be 727 for Drugovich. Let me do the rest of the times quickly. And oh god, that's not the right one I wanted to do. Piastri 2 seconds off. And then Magnussen 2.2 seconds off. And then the rest is how it is. So yeah, Logan Sargent up to 9th place. I'll try and read some more comments in the chat in a second. Let me just check out what's going on quick. So Max Verstappen on the track. Bottas, Ocon's on an outlap. Sargent, now Ocon begins a flying lap. And Logan Sargent's still on track. So doing a few more laps is Logan. Let me just answer a few more questions. Dane asks, who is the best driver right now? Right now, I think you would have to say Max Verstappen, for sure. I think Lewis Hamilton is still absolutely capable of being, right now, the best driver. But I think right now, based on form, you'd have to say Max Verstappen. As Esteban Ocon does a much quicker first sector than he did before. Only 4/10 down on Verstappen. And this Alpine certainly looks good. Out of the midfield teams, I'd say the Alpine and the Aston Martin definitely look like the two best cars I've seen so far, handling-wise. As Ocon, through turn 11 he goes. And dropped quite a bit of time in the middle sector. Maybe that's because he's running a bit more fuel. If you're running a bit more fuel, it's probably going to come up or show itself on lap times in that middle sector. As Ocon exits the final corner and goes up to 16th place. But the start of the lap looked pretty good from Esteban. Yeah, he's up to 16th. And I'll just update quickly how far he is away from Verstappen. And do the others as well. And there you go. And actually, Lando Norris has actually improved by a few tenths of a second, but he is still 19th and last of all the runners that are running today. 3.3 seconds off the pace. Dane also asks, who was at their best when it came to their prime? So basically what you're asking is, out of Prime, Alonso, Hamilton, Seb and Kimi, who was the best? It'd have to be Hamilton. I'd go Hamilton, Alonso, Seb, Kimi in that order. I mean, Prime Kimi, let's not forget, was amazing, but he wasn't... I don't think he was as consistent as, say, Sebastian Vettel during those, or that year, 2005 in particular, where he was, at his absolute prime. As Lewis Hamilton is on a lap, I think this is just him continuing a long-fueled run as he straddles the curb a bit. Doesn't go off the circuit, though, officially. And, yeah, he's 6 seconds off with that lap, so he's just doing heavy-fueled runs. Serena says, you're one of the best at this F1 content. All around great, especially you. Thank you, especially the way you formulate your ideas and views. Thank you very much for that. I really do appreciate that. Dane predicts Hamilton to win the first race. Eric says, I think F1 is behind... he says, sorry, let me restart that. Eric says, I think since F1 is behind the paywall, they should at least show a few races live on TV. It's how people might discover it. Here in Finland, they show sometimes reruns of it on TV. I mean, here in the UK, they do show reruns on Channel 4. And I think Channel 4 still shows the British Grand Prix live. But it's not enough. It is sadly not enough. If you want... I mean, and F1, they claim to care about this certain issue, but they don't. They really, really don't. If F1 cares about people from minority groups especially getting involved in Formula 1, whether it be from a technical engineering side or a driving side, if they, and this is just a fact, it's not, racist at all to say it. It is a sad reality that people from minority backgrounds, especially in the UK, their socio-economic status is, going to be worse than a white person. That's just, again, reality. If they, because of that socio-economic status, if they cannot access Formula One, being able to watch it live and that, then it's gonna hurt the ability to break into that market, I guess. I mean, obviously now you have YouTube and that, I get that, they can watch highlights, but watching highlights of a race is not even close to watching an F1 race live. It's not even close. Because the race highlights, they're only like, 10 minutes long at the most. When, a lot of these races, they go on for like an hour and 40 minutes or even 2 hours. And can be absolutely enthralling for the entire 2 hours. When in, a highlights video, you're just seeing the best bits that they put in a 10-minute clip. And yeah, I just think, if you actually wanted to break into that market and have more people from minority backgrounds and just different backgrounds in F1, then making it more accessible for them in terms of ticket prices, what TV channel it appears on, whether it's free-to-air TV or behind a paywall, making it more accessible from those angles would help. But Liberty Media, they do not give a flying fuck about minority groups. I can guarantee you that. Anything that makes them more money, they will say and claim they care about, which is why they got on board with that, the Black Lives Matter stuff and the We Race as One stuff. That was all just PR stuff to increase or to make F1 feel more inclusionary and to bring in, I guess, more of a diverse audience. But I can tell you for a fact, Liberty Media does not give a fuck about people from different, racial backgrounds, sexual backgrounds, whatever you want to call it. They just don't give a fuck. They will do whatever makes them money at the end of the day, and whatever increases the value of F1, so eventually they can sell it for an even higher price than they possibly imagined, they will do. That's basically their strategy, and it's going pretty well for them. Right. So we are now in the final hour of day one, just like that. We've got quite a few cars on track, but, we've not got any lap times to talk of, really. Lewis Hamilton, by the looks of it, is starting a new lap, but I'm not sure this is going to be like it's not. I was going to say, I'm not sure if this is going to be an attempt at a flying lap, a lap to improve on his 133.4, is it? Or 133.5, which is his personal best. And whilst we have a lull for the time being, I'll try if there's anything on Twitter I can bring news-wise. One thing I did see earlier is Helmut Marko confirming that Red Bull are right at the weight or maximum weight limit. Or is it minimum weight limit? I can't remember. But he said they're right at the weight limit. That's what the tweet said from, I think, was it Toby Grunner from Auto, Motor and Sport? Because he, I think, interviewed him. And obviously Red Bull, I think, started last season 20 kilograms over the limit, which is why they started last season clearly slower than Ferrari. So, good for Red Bull. Not great for Ferrari, though, as Lando Norris is about to complete the middle sector. And looks as though Norris is probably going to improve this lap. I've actually completely forgotten that Lando Norris is up to 8th place. I think he did it a few minutes ago. So let me update that. Sorry for missing that. Let's see if Norris goes any higher than 8th place. To the line he comes. He stays in 8th. He's 1.2 seconds off Verstappen. So good or a better showing, I guess you could say, for McLaren. He's 1.260 seconds off the pace. So let me just quickly update all of the times now. Obviously Norris has moved all the way up, so I need to update all of them. Below him, Hulkenberg is 1.5 seconds off, as we know. And Bottas and Drugovich quickly. As we're looking at Nick De Vries, who is on the test tyre. Going pretty quickly, though, is De Vries. He's sparking away massively. Rear end all over the place, as usual. But collects it all up, thankfully. And might improve his lap time here. We'll see in just a second. As De Vries comes to the line, and he does go up to 13th. I'll update that in just a second. I'll update the very bottom of the order. And there you go. And then in terms of the lap times, actually, I'll just update that De Vries is up to 13th. But yeah, the AlphaTauri car definitely doesn't look like a stable car. And it's going to be pretty hard to drive this season. And let me try and update the gap from him to Verstappen. He's literally by such a small margin split Bottas and Drugovich by a few thousandths of a second. And we're now looking at Logan Sargent, who's by the looks of it started a heavier fueled run, as we're nearly 45 minutes away from the conclusion here. So your top 10, with under an hour to go now, is Max Verstappen, top, on a 1:32.8. Carlos Sainz second, Hamilton third, Albon fourth, Zhou fifth, Alonso sixth, Leclerc seventh, Norris eighth, Russell ninth, and Logan Sargent in 10th. Obviously, when we get to the end of the session, I'll read out the whole order. I do expect there are a few more changes before we get to the end. Catus Phoenix, who would you say is better, Chazza, Prime Kimi or Charles Leclerc? I would say Prime Kimi, because not only did Raikkonen in his prime have something that he didn't have in his later years, which was that unbelievable killer qualifying pace, he also had unbelievable consistency and pace in the race. With Leclerc's got the killer pace in qualifying, but I think in the Sunday race, I think sometimes lacks a bit of speed that he has on the Saturday, and also in races can sometimes be a bit error prone. I mean, not massively. It's not like he's making loads of errors, but compared to Prime Kimi Raikkonen, yeah, I'd say Prime Kimi Raikkonen was better, but we'll see if Leclerc makes any improvements to his overall game. Dane asks, why do you think Alonso Prime is better or is below Hamilton? Alonso drag a not so good Ferrari into a title contender and beat Michael in 2006. McLaren, he put a not so good car in the top 10 regularly. Well, if you compare Lewis and Fernando, at the end of the day, I mean, Alonso, yeah, he did beat. Well, what I'll do first is I'll respond to the points you've made and present my argument against it. So he did drag a not so good Ferrari into a title contender. That was a unbelievable thing that he did, especially in 2012. He was so incredibly good that season. No one is denying that. But in comparison to Hamilton, Lewis Hamilton during that time was nowhere near as good as he has become, in the latter part of the 2010s and obviously 2020s as well. And I just think with Lewis Hamilton, we've seen a higher level of performance from him than we have from Fernando on a more consistent basis. Now, obviously, it's harder to say with Hamilton and Alonso because Alonso hasn't always been in a car that can race Lewis. I understand that. But if you compare, the last time they could race each other really was like 2013 when they were in similar paced cars. Since then, Alonso is probably just as good as he was then. If he's any worse, then it's only slightly. Lewis is quite a bit better than he was in 2013. And it was close then, that fight. So I would say that a lot has changed since. And talking of Fernando Alonso, he goes up to second with a purple final sector. And he is only 0.03 of a second slower than Max Verstappen. I'll respond, Dane, to the rest of your comment in just a moment. Alonso up to second. Let me just do the gaps quickly. And make sure it's correct. So, let me just quickly do this. I think that's correct. Yes, it is. Good lap from Fernando. And Aston Martin definitely much better than last season. Yeah, he did beat Michael in 2006, but the Renault that year, as Charles Leclerc is now up to 4th place, the Renault that year was the best car that season. There's no doubt about that. Ferrari improved a lot in the second half of the year. That was really mostly down to the mass damper system on the Renault being outlawed by the FIA. Yeah, the Renault was the best car that season. Fernando was great that season. I'm not denying it. He absolutely deserved to win the championship in 2006, did Fernando. But the Renault car was the best car that season. So he, it's not like he overachieved that season. He achieved exactly what he should have, given the car that season. So, yeah, Charles Leclerc up to 4th. Let me just update his time, if I can, in a second. Hopefully I will. I'll quickly respond to the rest of your comment. And with McLaren, he put a not-so-good car in the top 10 regularly. I mean, yeah, he did well in that McLaren-Honda situation. And, when McLaren went to Renault Power in 2018. Yeah, he did well. He didn't do anything wrong other than maybe at times being way too critical and creating a not so good atmosphere within the team with the attitude that he was showing. But again, I don't think I can rank Fernando ahead of Lewis because for what Fernando did in those years at McLaren. A few years ago. But I I think, other than that, in terms of my argument, Lewis over Fernando. I mean, just look at their careers. 2007, Lewis Hamilton, rookie, beats Alonso. I mean, I know they finished level on points, but Lewis did finish ahead of Fernando in the championship, I believe. I mean, I can't remember exactly who finished ahead. Was it Hamilton? I can't remember exactly. But Hamilton was better than Alonso that season. There is no doubt about that. And then, Alonso threw a strop all season long. Left, went back to Renault. Went to Ferrari. Yeah, in his Ferrari years, was great. Was definitely better performing than Hamilton. But I don't believe Alonso has got any better since then. When Hamilton, who was still really competitive with Fernando during, 2010, 11, 12, 13, has gotten a bit better. So, yeah, that's why I've got Lewis ahead of Fernando. But anyway, let me update the sacred lap times, as we've got 45 minutes to go now. Valtteri Bottas has completed a lap, but did not go any higher than 12th place. Dane asks, what do you think Alonso lacks against Hamilton as a driver? I think the biggest thing is lack of qualifying speed. Alonso is very quick in qualifying trim, but he's not unbeatable to the point where Hamilton can be. You always feel with Alonso that, not as a teammate, but you always feel with Alonso that in qualifying you can get the better of him if you're a rival in a different team with like a similarly paced car, if I can speak English. In qualifying you feel like you can get the better of him, when in the race you're in for the fight of your life, because Fernando in a race situation is just such an amazing driver. But yeah, it's Lewis having that extra speed. I think when it comes to wheel-to-wheel combat, I think they're pretty much at the same level. Maybe you could argue Fernando's better or Lewis is better. It's an argument to be had, but they're pretty much at the same level. But I also think Lewis has produced better in his career than Fernando has. Again, Fernando hasn't been given as much of a chance to produce, top-level results in his career because of the choices he's made and the teams he's raced for at particular times. But I just think, those reasons is why. Even more reasons why I've got Lewis ahead of Fernando. Catus Phoenix, how many world titles do you think the great Ayrton Senna would have won if he did not die? That question, I mean, it depends a lot on where he would have raced until the end of his career. I think he probably would have finished his career pretty much at the end of the 90s, like 98, 99. I don't think he would have raced into the 2000s because I don't think he would have... I think he probably would have not got sick of F1 or racing, but I think he would have, because of how intense he was, I think he would have been just tired out by it all. I mean, that's kind of how Michael Schumacher got to a certain extent towards the end of his Ferrari days. Even though he wanted to continue, he did also, I think, get a bit fatigued by just the experience of competing at such a high level and it's at such an intensity for so long. So, yeah, I think Senna probably would have retired 98, 99. I think, isn't there a story that he signed a Ferrari contract for 96? I don't know the validity of that. But assuming that he would have stayed at Williams until, say, 98. Sorry, let me try and retry that. If my throat will allow me. Might have to have a drink. My throat not quite allowing me to answer this question. Yeah, let me have a drink. Quick. There you go. That should be better. As Fernando Alonso locks up and tries to keep his Aston Martin from falling off the track there. But, yeah. Assuming that Senna stays with Williams and races until, like, 98, 99. I mean, Damon Hill came so close in 94. So you got to think Senna probably wins the championship in 94 if it wasn't for, what happened. 95, I think it would have been really close between Senna and Schumacher. I think Schumacher probably wins in 95. I mean, 95, the reason Schumacher won the title that year was not just because of Damon Hill not fully capitalising on how good the Williams car was. It was also because Williams made some errors along the way as well. And then 96, obviously Hill won the title. I think Senna would have just obliterated everyone that year. And then 97, obviously Villeneuve won the title that year. So I think Senna probably wins the title that year pretty comfortably. In a Williams car that was the best car that season, which Villeneuve didn't quite realise the potential at times of that car. Because it was a lot quicker than it appeared in the results in the race to be. So, yeah, I think Senna ends up as at least a 6-time world champion. You could definitely argue would have been a 7-time champion, but I think he definitely would have broken Fangio's record. I think there's no doubt about that. I think him breaking that record was really a matter of time. If, of course, he had not passed away in that accident. It was just up to, him not having an accident, obviously, but also staying in the right car at the right time. And as long as he was in the right car, Senna, he would have won championships and would have dominated because he was unbelievably great. So, yeah. As Lando Norris further improves his lap time in 8th place, but stays in 8th, but he's now only a second away from Max Verstappen. As here's a replay of Lewis Hamilton having a bit of trouble through turn 13. Juan Alba says lemon and honey followed by a shot tequila. That would, lemon and honey probably wouldn't be too bad, but yeah, tequila would definitely not be something that I would want to try. I've just seen on Twitter someone do a comparison of just, the difference a year makes for Aston Martin. So, listen to this, guys. You'll be amazed at this. So, Alonso's lap was a 132.8. He's in 2nd place currently. 132.8 on medium tyres. Lance Stroll, in qualifying for the 2022 Bahrain Grand Prix on C4 soft tyres, I think it was, did a 133.0. So, Alonso, day one of testing, is 0.2 of a second quicker on a slower compound. If that doesn't get you excited for what Aston Martin could do this season, then I don't know what does. But that has got me really, really excited for this season. Because that is an unbelievable difference. Unbelievable difference. And just trying to see if there's anything else on Twitter I can just bring you guys quick. Is there any other F1 news? Helmut Marko's had some comments, so he's made some comments rather. May as well give this a readout because not really anything going on the track, or is there? Esteban Ocon has done a improved first sector. Will he improve the lap? Probably will. No, he doesn't. He goes 0.2 of a second slower. But Helmut Marko has said they are very satisfied and their planned program went smoothly. They are already almost at the fine-tuning stage. Marko also said that their tyre degradation seems to be quite good compared to the others. Marko believes the top three, Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, will be quite ahead of the others again, though he mentioned that it is difficult to judge the others because of different programs. Well, Red Bull sound happy, so sounds great for them. And really, when you look at the car on track already, you can just say that, yeah, they're going to be, at worst, a title contender until the bitter end of the season. So, yeah, they're the team to beat, clearly. One thing I'm going to do quickly, though, before we, crack on with the rest of this session, 35 minutes to go, by the way, I'm just going to quickly stretch my legs, just readjust. Obviously, I've been going for a while, been streaming for almost 4 hours now. So just give me a second, guys. I'll just mute myself. I'll be back in a few seconds from now. That certainly feels a lot better. And yeah, obviously this season, there'll be plenty of long streams through the season. So, got to get used to it again, Still got another half an hour today. Oh, just over half an hour today of this stream. Another, 4.5 hours tomorrow, and then a 10-hour stream on Saturday. So, yeah, should be right back into it by the end of testing. And we're just looking at Lewis Hamilton here, who is beginning his... is this a flying lap? I couldn't quite see if his DRS was open. I wasn't quite paying attention to it. Don't think this is a flying lap. I think it's just on another run. Or just another lap on this long run he's doing, to be honest. What was I going to say? Obviously, in terms of content, starting next week, I am going to announce what the content plan is for race week. And there is plenty of content, by the way, coming up. And I'll announce, the timings for the Bahrain Grand Prix. Also, though, I do want to announce that I will be covering F2 in 2023. Not every session. I'm not going to cover every, sprint race and feature race during 2023. It will depend on the timings of each session as the season goes on. So, there might be a weekend where I cover a sprint race and not cover the feature race. There'll be a weekend where I cover the feature and not the sprint. There'll be a weekend where I cover both. There'll be a weekend where I don't cover F2 at all. Maybe because of I'm busy, or maybe because maybe not I'm busy, but maybe because I don't want to wake up at that particular time and stream that early, stuff like that. So, what I can announce is I will be doing F2 watchalongs, and they sometimes might be separate streams. Sometimes they might be like, when I do a qualifying stream, for example, you guys may remember in 2022 for qualifying day, I would do practice 3, build up to qualifying for a couple hours, then do qualifying. What I would probably do if I did like a sprint race is I would stay on after qualifying and then do the sprint race watch along for the F2. So, yeah. But, yeah, that's what I can announce that I will be doing Formula 2 in 2023. And, yeah, I'll try and cover it, obviously, the best I can. And when I come to do my season preview, which is going to be next Tuesday, 2 days or 3 days, sorry, before Friday practice day in Bahrain, I'll probably do a preview as well for F2 in that stream, like at the back end of the stream, just quickly go through F2 and what I'm looking out for and who to look out for and stuff like that. So, yeah. Just so you know, F2 watch-alongs and content is coming. As we are now 30 minutes to go on day 1. And we've got plenty of cars on track. There's no new lap times being set. As we're looking at Nick de Vries in 13th place. And here is the Alpine of... who's in the Alpine? Ocon in the Alpine. There is Jack Doohan being interviewed by Rachel Brooks, I think it is. Yeah, it is. The reserve driver for this season is Doohan. And of course, Doohan, who had a good F2 season last year, he will be one of the drivers to look out for in terms of the fight for the Formula 2 Championship. As de Vries continues on his lap. And de Vries has been on a pretty long run, I think. Actually, I don't think he has. I think he's actually been a bit shorter than I'm thinking, because I think he made a pit stop and decided to, change tyres, refuel, stuff like that. But, yeah, so just under half an hour to go. If you guys have any more questions you want to ask, then go for it. If you have any more F1 related comments you want to post, again, go for it. Because soon as the session finishes, then I will be obviously ending the stream. There won't be, of course, any review of the day. If we're going to do a review of the day, it'll probably be the day after, right before we begin. Watching along the next session. So obviously I will do a roundup pretty much of day 1 tomorrow when I do my quick 15-minute build up for the afternoon session tomorrow. So yeah, and obviously I will round up anything that happens in the morning session of day 2. As we are now looking at Max Verstappen in the Red Bull. A Red Bull car that is, well, the car to beat from what we know so far. And he now begins a new lap. DRS not open, as he's just trying to get a balance for how the car is. But that's great to hear from a Red Bull perspective if their tyre wear is even better than last season, because remember that was a big bonus for them, especially compared to Ferrari, was their ability, Red Bull, to keep the tyres in good nick. Obviously Mercedes were good at that as well, but if Red Bull are now better at Mercedes now than that just means that Red Bull are going to be unbelievably successful in 2023. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Super Kev says, hi Chaz, I suppose you are chuffed by Eric Ten Hag's progress with Man United. Yeah, I'm absolutely pleased with such a thing. I mean, it is good to see Man United not being a shambles. I mean, it is funny for me as a Chelsea fan, seeing Man United as a shambles, but from a neutral football perspective, it's not great to see a football club, in the shambles that United was in, because, the effect it has on the fan base, is quite horrible. And eventually, after it goes on for years, it just gets sad, doesn't it? When a club just, it's just continuously going downhill and continuously making the same mistakes over and over. Yeah, great to see you in the chat. I think for the first time this year, maybe? I'm not sure. As Verstappen continues on into turn 1. And yeah, continuing with his laps. Fernando Alonso is back out on track. I don't know if this is an out lap, but he certainly looks as though he's warming up for a lap. It is an out lap on another set of medium tyres. So maybe Alonso is going to go for another flying lap and try and end day 1 quickest, which would be a great way to end what's been a good day to a certain extent, I guess you could say. They've definitely, it's positive from a performance point of view, but they haven't had as much running today as they should have had. Obviously, electrical issues in the morning, and Drogovic broke down on the track. And Alonso had his floor broken, reportedly, by the Aston Martin mechanics in a practice pit stop, which cost him like an hour. So it's been a good day, but only, again, to a certain extent. But they can make it even better if they go quickest. Let's see if there's anything I bring from news I can bring from Twitter quickly. And no, nothing so far. And I completely echo Rook's comment in the chat saying, rest in peace, John Motson. Yeah, that was so sad. I mean, obviously, happens, done it, old age, but yeah, it's so sad to see him pass away. And I will admit, I mean, I guess I am a commentator. I do commentate on the sessions, especially when it's like qualifying on the race, like an actual commentator. So I guess I am one. And I would be lying if I said that he wasn't an inspiration, because when I was like really young, he was still commentating in the like mid to late 2000s, and he's yeah. In terms of British sports commentators, he's probably... Is he better than Murray Walker? That's a hard debate, but he's absolutely right up there with like the greatest commentators of all time. So yeah, definitely an inspiration for me. And yeah, that's so sad. And yeah, rest in peace to him. What a commentator he was. As Alonso has done a personal best middle sector on this flying lap. He did a purple final sector, so maybe if he does it again, he can go top of the timesheets. We'll see. Oh no, poor final corner, goes off the track. He got too hung out to dry, really, in that final corner. Straddled the curb and it pulled him out towards the left-hand side and off the circuit. So Alonso goes 0.2 of a second slower than his personal best, but it looks good. The Aston Martin car, as Alonso very nearly losing the rear end out of the final corner. Tyres on the rear end not quite fired up. And then here's a replay of him just getting pulled wide by the curb. And yeah. I'm not sure if it cost him going top of the timesheets, but definitely cost him doing, say, I don't know, the same lap time that he did a few minutes ago. Eric asks, will Felipe Drugovich drive next weekend? Well, if Stroll is ruled out of the Bahrain Grand Prix because of his injury to his arm, you'd have to think so. Because why would you give Drugovich pre-season testing and then decide to put Van Dorn, who is another one of their reserve drivers, Aston Martin, in the car? That would make no sense. Because, Drugovich knows the car better, clearly. Because he's going to do testing, He's already done it today for the morning session, and he's going to do tomorrow and Saturday as well. So yeah, it'd make no sense to put Van Dorn in the car. I don't know about Stroll's physical condition though, so we'll see. But if Stroll is ruled out, they have to go with Drugovich because he'll have at least some confidence in the car and knowledge and understanding of the track in its current condition, the way the car is, handling around the track as well, and how it's handling in general. Yeah, it would make total sense to go with Drugovich. As Bottas continues on his heavy-fueled run that he's been on for a while. As we're about 20 minutes away from the end of the session. And your top 10 with 20 minutes to go is Verstappen, quickest on a 1:32.8. Alonso second in the Aston Martin, only slightly slower. And then Sainz third, Leclerc fourth, Hamilton fifth, Albon sixth, Zhou 7th, Norris 8th, Russell 9th, and Logan Sargent in 10th. And just a replay, I think, of the glowing brake discs of the Alfa Romeo, is it? Or is it just the red design on the outside? I think it's a red wheel design, actually. As Zhou Guanyu, his teammate, is on the pit wall. Of course, he had a good morning session. He, finished up in 4th. He's now all the way down in 7th after other improvements by other drivers. Here is Esteban Ocon on a set of mediums. And personal best so far, 1:34.8, which is why 2 seconds off, he's down in 17th place. As Ocon comes back into the pits. Been a good day for Alpine though. Obviously they've not shown anything in terms of like lap times or anything, but reliability seems to be fine right now. They've done a lot of laps. Car looks good. Yeah, no complaints if you're Alpine. The only worry if you're Alpine is Aston Martin and their clear improvement. And already looks to me like Alpine are going to have a fight on their hands to finish 4th in the championship. I'm sure Alonso is having good fun in a well-progressed car. As, saying that, goes deep at turn 1 and comes back onto the track. Just a replay of that and him locking up as well. Commentators curse coming in just when you need it most. And now we look at Lando Norris, who is on a personal best lap. 2.5 tenths down on Verstappen after the first sector. He's what? 10.5 away from Zhou. Next position up Norris, so maybe you could aim Norris to get to the top 6. That'd be good, considering McLaren's issues today. As Lando into turn 11. Car looks pretty good through there. Very good, actually. And only half a second down now on Verstappen after the first 2 sectors. Yeah, this is looking a lot better for McLaren. As Norris into the final corner. And yeah, McLaren to me, looking at Norris driving here, the handling looks at least fine, if not really good, compared to what I was expecting. And Lando goes up to 5th. So good lap by Lando. And I'll just update his respective gap back to, or up to, Max Verstappen. So he only just went ahead of Hamilton. And obviously it's gone ahead of Albon and Joe as well. And yeah, considering those brake issues and not a great feeling coming into the testing, that'd be a good day for them. I mean, obviously it'd be false because I don't think McLaren are going to be that good in 2023, but just something for the morale of the mechanics and that, it'd be good for them if they could, just end the day in that type of position. But Charles Leclerc, we now look at, is, by the looks of it, on just a heavy fueled run. 15 minutes to go. So, I think he's pretty much not going to do any more, lower fueled runs. Just going to bring it home, essentially. I think there will be a virtual safety car period when we enter the final 10 minutes, but I don't think it is going to last for the entire 10 minutes. Because we had one earlier in the morning session, and that one only lasted a few minutes. So, just warning you guys. Menace won the GOAT. How close do you think these times are to the true pace? Well, Charles Leclerc has a yellow flag in Sector 2. I think they're about to trigger that virtual safety car thing now just to test out the systems and that. And that everything's working. Charles Leclerc's pole position time in Bahrain last year was a 1:30.5. So, I mean, by the end of 2022, the cars were probably, most of the cars were probably, a second a lap quicker than they were at the start. So, I think we're still quite a bit away from the times they're going to do in qualifying. We're not miles away. I think, it's not like we're 5 or 6 seconds away from what I think we're going to see in qualifying in Bahrain. I think pole position in Bahrain is probably going to be a low 1:29 or late 1:28. Something like that. So we are a few seconds away, but I think considering this is day one of testing and Verstappen, I mean, he's top of the timesheets, and I watched him when he did that, quick run. He wasn't really pushing that hard, and the car, you could clearly tell, had, fuel on board. Once we get to day 3 of testing, the quickest times will probably be like a low 1:31 or a late 1:30. So, by the time we get to the end of testing, we'll be not that far away from the peak lap times. But pole position in Bahrain, I think, is probably going to be a low 29 or at best a late 1:28. So, we'll see, of course, in the next week. Serena asks, do you think Merck is not extending Lewis's contract to try and make him the #1 driver like Max, get him his 8th and Lewis to retire? I'm not sure that's the strategy necessarily. I think with Mercedes, I think they're very wary of giving Hamilton too much money or too long of a contract, for sure. Because he could retire at the end of this season. He could just, if he does win the championship, he could just say, right, that's it. I've, broken all the records. I'm the best of all time. I'm done. He could quite easily say that. And I know Lewis has made comments in the last few months that indicates that he wants to continue, but a person's word is not great evidence, I don't think, because he could be lying. He could be lying. I'm not saying he is, but it is possible that he is lying and that he actually is thinking about it. He's thinking, well, it depends on, how this year goes and how he's feeling. We have to see what his actions prove. If he, put it this way, and it will be a saga through the season the longer he doesn't sign the contract, because obviously he is out of contract at the end of this season. If he goes through the season and it goes on longer and longer that he hasn't signed the contract, then that action clearly proves that it isn't quite a done deal, as in, I'm definitely staying for another couple years or 3 years. So it depends really on, again, his actions. And, if it gets to if it's after the British Grand Prix and he still hasn't signed a new contract, then I think there's a real chance he could retire. Because normally Lewis signs a new contract in May, June, or July. So if it drags on into the summer break, then I think there's a good chance he will step away from Formula One at the end of the year. So we'll see what his actions say. We'll see what happens when we get to the summer, and we'll see whether it is true that he wants to stay. What is Vettel feeling right now, considering what happened? I'm sure Vettel, the racer in him would be disappointed because, the clear improvement is clear to see from Aston Martin. But I think Sebastian, despite that, I think he just wants to be a family man now. I think there is a chance in the future with Audi coming into Formula One that he could come back. Remember as well, guys, that Alfa Romeo, obviously, next season, it won't be the Alfa Romeo team. It'll be Sauber. Remember, the first team he came into Formula One with was Sauber. Yeah, he was contracted with Red Bull, but he was the BMW Sauber test driver, and he did his first race for them as well. So if he was to come back, that team would definitely be a good option for him, because there's still people there who were there when he was, there back in 2006, 2007 time. Plus, Audi have said that they would like very much to have at least one German driver, if not two German drivers, racing their car. And obviously, if he's still interested, Sebastian, then I think for sure a negotiation would take place. It'd be silly not to ask, put it that way. The virtual safety car period, by the way, guys, has ended. So we are going to get a few more minutes of running. 8 more minutes to go until the end of day 1 in Bahrain. Thomas Chapman, do you think Mercedes are sandbagging? Well, everyone is, obviously, to a certain extent. Everyone could go quicker. But I haven't seen any evidence so far that one team out of the entire field is clearly sandbagging what their true pace is. I mean, again, is Alonso going to be second in Bahrain? No. But I don't think Mercedes are sandbagging more than Ferrari and Red Bull are. Vice versa for Red Bull compared to Ferrari and Mercedes, and, vice versa for Ferrari as well. So I don't think anyone is sandbagging. I think everyone's just slowly building up to the pace that they'll be showing next weekend in Bahrain. Vinster, how close are these times to the times we expect to see next week? Again, comparing today to qualifying next weekend, I'd probably say they're another 3.5 to 4 seconds probably away, the top, say, teams from what pole position will probably be. And then the midfield, probably, Alonso probably will be I don't know, 2 to 2.5 seconds away. So they're not miles away, but yeah, they're not. I wouldn't consider them not far away or close, but I wouldn't consider them miles away either, if that makes any sense. Eric, there's the drivers who have recently retired, like Kimi and Seb, have families plus children to raise, whilst Lewis does not. So he might keep going, especially if he does not win the 8th, like Alonso has kept going. The thing is, I mean, yeah, that is true. Lewis doesn't have a family. It's not like he has responsibilities in that sense, but he might want to start a family, and retiring from F1 and then starting a family would be, a great thing for him to do. So maybe, that's a motivation for him. And he has other motivations as well, his fashion thing, music as well, plenty of other things. And I'm sure that he will want to start a family and not, be just single or a bachelor for the rest of his days. So, yeah. As Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari, bouncing quite a bit down the pit straight, and the Ferrari definitely bouncing more than the Red Bull and Mercedes have been, and sparking away quite a bit as well. And yeah, out of the top 3 teams, the Ferrari probably suffering from porpoising the worst. But I mean, they suffered from porpoising last season, Ferrari. We saw they clearly had it, but it didn't really affect their performance that much. So, and obviously they lost certain races down to other reasons rather than porpoising. So, not really a massive issue from what I can see so far. As Nick De Vries comes back into the pit lane. Only 4.5 minutes to go. You wonder whether he'll even bother going back out. In the now Orlen sponsored AlphaTauri. And no, looks as though he's going to do a practice start at the exit of the pit lane. Here's a replay of Lewis Hamilton behind De Vries, I think. Yeah. And well, just a slow-mo shot there of the 2 cars bouncing their way into turn 1. And as well, with the one thing to point out again, like I think I did earlier, with the porpoising, is it's hard to really tell in testing how bad of an issue it is until qualifying or even a practice session, because the teams are not going to run the car as low as they do, say, practice 3 or qualifying. So, yeah, I mean, they are going to try running the car low, obviously, in testing, but they're not going to try it, obviously, for as long as they would do in an actual Grand Prix weekend. They'll just try it maybe for, I don't know, a few laps, just to see what the data shows. As Lewis Hamilton, clearly, his car has been lowered, as he was sparking away way more down the pit straight. But he's on a lap, but not a quick one. As he burns a lot of rubber on the exit of turn 8. Deliberately there does Hamilton. And they're just showing on the F1 broadcast that we are indeed 9 days and 22.5 hours away from the first Grand Prix of the season. Next Sunday, March the 5th, I think it is, at 3 p.m. UK time, it will be lights out in Bahrain. Cannot wait to see what 2023 has in store for us. Eric Salazar, can we consider Nui the GOAT in F1 car design? That's actually a hard one, because I mean, yeah, his car designs, they are incredible, but then you could argue, people like, obviously, Colin Chapman, Gordon Murray were a lot more innovative with the stuff they brought into F1. But then again, in their eras, the regulations were a lot more open and you could have the freedom to innovate. So it's hard to say, really. It's a good debate to have. I mean, in terms of world championships, yeah, Adrian Newey, I think, would have to take it based on just that. But yeah, I think, when it comes to designers, obviously they can, they try to design the best car they can, but a lot of the success of the car, it does also depend on the resources that, whether it's financial or whatever, that the designer has at their disposal, disposal to make the car, the best it can be or at a title-winning level. So, yeah. I mean, with Adrian, it has helped a lot that he was at Williams. He was the best team in F1 when he was there, and obviously had a lot of money at the time. Then he went to McLaren, who also had a lot of money, and then went to Red Bull, who have had a lot of money. So it's not like he's been designing, Saubers for the last 10 years, is it? And there you go, guys. The session officially is over. There's only 3 cars on track, I think. Actually, 4 cars on track. Lewis Hamilton meets the checkered flag as Nick De Vries here is trying to overtake a Ferrari of Charles Leclerc. Leclerc, though, looks as though he's not going to let him through. Bit of practice for next week, you could argue. As, De Vries, it does actually look like he is practicing for next week. Different lines and that. And will he make the move into turn 11? He does. Down the inside. Good move. Lot of grip as well. There for De Vries. And, don't think these two are going to improve on any lap time. So, guys, day 1 of pre-season testing is over. And let me take you through the final results of day 1. Max Verstappen finishes up quickest on a 132.8. Alonso in the Aston Martin is second. Sainz third. Leclerc fourth, both in the Ferraris, of course. Lando Norris fifth in the McLaren. Hamilton sixth in the Mercedes. And then Albon seventh in the Williams. Zhou eighth in the Alfa Romeo. Russell ninth in the Mercedes. Logan Sargent completes the top 10 in the Williams. And then it's Hülkenberg in the Haas in 11th. Bottas 12th in the Alfa Romeo. De Vries 13th in the AlphaTauri. Drugovich 14th in the Aston Martin. 15th is Tsunoda in the AlphaTauri. 16th is Gasly in the Alpine. 17th Ocon in the Alpine. 18th Piastri in the McLaren. And 19th Kevin Magnussen in the Haas. And Perez, of course, did not do any running today, but he will be in the car tomorrow morning. So we'll see what he can do after a great day for Red Bull and Max Verstappen. Picking up right where they left off, really, in 2022. Make sure, the guys, though, to join me tomorrow for another day of pre-season testing. So I will be live tomorrow at 12 p.m. UK time, 15 minutes before the afternoon session begins. Do the same stream basically I've done here. And then on Saturday, I will be doing a watch-along for all of day 3, both the morning and the afternoon session. Ignore where it says live at 11:45 a.m. That is wrong. I'm actually going to be live at 6:45 a.m. UK time, so make sure to join me for that on day 3, where we'll get to see the last of the cars before the first Grand Prix weekend of the season. But guys, that has been it for, let me just quickly get rid of that timer. That has been it for day 1 of pre-season testing. Thank you guys for coming along. If you're new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe. Bottom right of the screen, you can do it right there. And make sure to join me for that content coming up tomorrow and Saturday. And for everyone watching right now, before you go, make sure to smash that like button and share this video to the channel every way you can to help grow the channel. And make sure, if you want to keep up to date with the content on this channel, even more so, To follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 and join our Discord server, link below in the description or even in the live chat. You can find that probably Rooksfoot, my moderator, posting that probably right about now. And if you're bored, in the description down below, I did an early F1 2023 season prediction video. Make sure to go and check that out if you want to know what my full predictions are for the season. That, though, remember, was done before testing. It was done like 2 weeks ago. Please do remember that when you do watch it. But guys, until day 2 in the afternoon session and tomorrow at 12 PM UK time, it has been me, ChazHD. Goodbye.